Good morning. We are waiting for people to check in. RomHack will start in a few minutes. Thank you. lavandolo. Adesso è acceso. Siamo 4, capito?
So, hello everyone, welcome to RomHack. So guys, please take your seat so we can start. And we start with the presentation. No, it's not this one. Which one?
This one, big
one. So we start with the presentation. And first of all, I want to present to you Cyberantani, of course. Most of you already know about Cyberantani. So this is the no-profit association that organizes RomHack, but not only RomHack, because we already saw probably the timeline of our history. That means we started in 2017, and we had a long journey to this RomHack. And so if you want to share pictures, everything on our in your social media, you can do it using the hashtag RomHack 2023. It's easy. So we are on Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever. So first of all, I want to say that you should be respectful and excellent with each other. So we have a code of conduct. Buying the ticket, you agreed with the code of conduct. So it's important for us. We had always a respectful place, and it's what we want always. If you need something, of course, you can ask our staff. So we have always the red t-shirt, so since the beginning. So this time with the Pac-Man style. And so anything you need, please ask. We are here to support you and help you. So this is the logistic of the venue. So as you saw, this is a big venue. So here, this is the conference room. This is a big one. So we have more than 600 places for you. And then here we have the bar, the beer. The bar is from an outsourced service. So you can buy water, meal, everything. And we have the beer, so we serve the beer as a Cyberantani as always, as the camp. And at the entrance on the left, you have the BattleBots room, where two strange guys from UK, really strange guys, will play with robots. So when you have time, go there and have fun with the robots. At 12, our kids will make a workshop on how to build the robots, and they will play after lunch with their robots. And of course, as I said, we have on the first floor, we have RomHack for Kids. That is a parallel track that this year we started to our kids. We have 30 kids already registered, and more are coming probably. And they have a lot of workshops during the day, so we have a parallel track to the kids, for the kids from 8 to 15. Okay, so what is RomHack? So we call a non-profit conference supported by sponsors and organized by Cyberantani volunteers. So first of all, I want to thank you all the sponsors, because without their support, RomHack simply cannot be here. So
thank you.
Thank you. So also this year we had a lot of sponsors, and I want to thank you, Davide, because Davide is in charge of sponsorship activities, and it's a quite complicated process. And I know that here there are a lot of people from a lot of companies, and if you want to support us also for the next editions, we are here, you can reach us, you can ask, of course. It's important for us to have you on board. So you can look for the platinum sponsor. They have a yellow t-shirt, but I see someone that don't wear the right t-shirt, but okay, that's it. And so I want to thank you, Active Security, Shielder, Hack the Box, HN Security, and Star Shield that are this year platinum sponsor. And also we have a lot of other sponsors, the Minded Security, NovaCS, Digimetrica, OmniConnect, Alekin, Cielte, Fort Security, Cefa, and Thales that are gold sponsors, and SUSE, ZTE, C-Web, Atlantica, B-Wave, Palo Alto, and Tellera that are the silver one. So thank you to all the sponsors again. So also the sponsor have a different t-shirt, but not the yellow one, another color, I don't remember what.
The blue one.
Blue one. So
yeah.
we have a lot of colors. We are in love with colors. And you can check our website. So there are some QR code around on the big on the panels. So you can find job opportunities by our sponsor. So have a look, check. It's not scam, it's not spam. So trust me if you can. And I want to thank you also some friend of us. So we have a lot of friends here, and first of all, Guerre di Rete. So we have here Carola. So I think that Carola is well known to our Italian audience because Carola ran a newsletter since years, and we started a project 2 years ago, if I will remember, Carola, 2 years ago, after a RomHack in the conference, we started speaking about having a collaboration between our associations. And we had a simple idea that to have a website where we have journalists that write about cybersecurity in a clear and simple way. So it's a and correct way, exactly. And so this is, I think this is a good example of collaboration with two associations, and we invested a lot of energies, a lot of friends helped us on that, and we are very happy about the result we had. So thank you again, Carola. And other than Guerre di Rete, we have also our friends from Methodographics. Methodographics, I think, is the first association. It's a telematic association because I was born 30 years ago here in Italy. It's the first one, and they are here, and we have they have a small booth. So I think most of you, I don't know, how many of you know about MoCA, Metrolographic Camp? So very few people. So guys, you have to go here and then ask the metrolographics people about MoCA. MoCA is an hacker camp. It's the first Italian hacker camp. And so I think the last edition was in 2016, and it was amazing. But we don't know, probably we know, but we cannot say because Neuro told me you don't have to say that we run the MoCA next year. So we are not telling nothing about the next MoCA for next year, but probably you have to ask and ask them about MoCA, okay? So also we have and summer camp. They have another camp that is near Venice. We had a talk past week with Davide here, and then we have our friends from a club Bergamo in the Middle that have NoAt that is another Italian conference in October, then Akimbo in November, and then we have Donne 4.0 that run some workshop here for the kids, reverse security, sicurezza, and besides Munich, that is a new entry for us. Okay, more about RomHack format. So you know that we started as a conference, but something changed during the years, and changed a lot. Past year we had a camp, and we had the conference inside the camp. This year we decided not to have the camp because too much effort for us. And so we composed this puzzle with conference, RomHack for kids, and trainings. So trainings we'll speak about more later. So for the conference today, we have more or less, we will have 750 attendees. So we have here 100 students and 40 kids, more or less. So this is the biggest RomHack ever. So we doubled the people from 2021 to today. So it's a great success for us. So we have more than 30 volunteers here, and we received 86 submissions to the call for paper. You know, we have this program is built on the call for paper mostly, and so we have 8 members that helped us on that, and so we created this incredible lineup. I want to thank also the speakers. So every one of you, our staff, so the call for paper committee members, everyone. So thank you again.
Thank you, everyone.
So for the lunch, so you can have lunch inside at the bar. They have something to eat, or you can go outside. There are a lot of places, bar, coffees, whatever, restaurants outside. So if you want to, so I suggest you to have a reservation if you want to go faster. So after the conference, we run a party. So as we did 2 years ago, so the party is Tata Pizzeria that is 10 minutes by walk from here. So it's the opposite side of Cristoforo Colombo, that is the big street in the center of Eur. And we will offer to you pizza, but beverages are not included. So everyone is welcome to join with us after 7, okay? We will have a big place outside, and we don't know how many we will be, but it works, probably it will work. we hope. So, as always, RomHack 2024, we have the date, it's 28 September, Saturday, of course, so reserve the date, and we will be there also next year. So, Alberto, for the trainings.
Okay. As someone of you already knows, this year we also integrated the trainings in the format. We tried to bring something new here in Italy, it's something that, in our opinion, was missing here. So we organized these 3 professional trainings, and we thanks the trainer, Silvio Cesare, Dirkian, and Pablo, for the trainings. Thank you. And the important things of these trainings is that we had these 3 high-graded international trainers. And we are very happy about the success of these initiatives because we had 42 attendees. And one important statistic is, in my opinion, that we had like 40% of people from abroad. So not just Italian people, but 40% from abroad. And we tried to tie the training with another initiative where we proposed 3 scholarships for Italian students. Come on. And so we asked to young students from Italian schools and universities, to propose to us some projects to be how to say, built inside the community. And we had some proposals, and we selected 3 proposals, indeed 2 proposals, because we merged 2 of them. And we have 2 community projects now that we are running and we will present in the future. One about operational technology, vulnerability simulation platform, and one about creating a training course to be proposed by the community and inside the community and to be created by the community. So the guys are here, the students are here. I want to thank also them about the work. And if someone inside here wants to know more, just contact me and I will present the students and talk about the projects because we need people that can collaborate with us to bring this project to the success. Thank you. Go. You have more. I have more? Ah, okay. I didn't know. About the training, we have the photos. It was very amazing. We have a lot of people here enjoying the aperitif, the dinner. We had gadgets, and it was very funny. We have very good feedbacks about it. And we want also to say that next year we will try to bring again RomHack training 2024 from 24 to 27 of September. And we will publish details in a brief period, in a while. So just keep updated and we will try to keep the target very high. Thank you.
Okay. So last 2 slides, RomHack for Kids, I already told you. So we organized that. We have live coding from 10 to 12, battle bots to 1 workshop before the lunch, and then the battle after the lunch. So the kids will build the robots and they fight, of course. So no winners, no winners. So, and then we have soccer robots at the end of the day. So it will be a full day of learning, hacking, I don't know. Yeah, hacking. And then, so just some picture of the camp, because I don't know if all of you know about the camp. So these are some pictures. We had 1,500 participants in 3 days of hacking, workshop talks, a lot of communities, a lot of people bringing content, sharing ideas, sharing the content. And we ran the conference inside the camp that was crazy. Yes. Yeah. And we had 300 attendees inside a big tent we built, so that's crazy. And you probably saw this is the journey of Saiyan today, so it's a very long journey. It's not just RomHack, it is full of initiatives, of a lot of networking, a lot of content, a lot of stuff. And we are very happy about that. So enjoy it, and I give you the floor to Carola. Thank you.
Don't leave me alone. Okay, so welcome again. It's a great pleasure to introduce the keynote speaker, Kim Zetter. Kim Zetter is one of the best investigative journalists covering hacking and cybersecurity. She wrote this book, Countdown to Zero Day, some years ago, and it's one of the most accurate and fascinating accounts of the Stuxnet affairs. I highly recommend it if you haven't read it. 0 Days is also the name of their Substack newsletter, where she writes about the intersection between cybersecurity and national security. More recently, she wrote a number of investigations on the SolarWinds hack, colonial pipeline, and the cyber attacks connected to the Ukraine war, among others. We met a few years ago at some cybersecurity conferences around the world, and I've always followed her work, so I'm really excited to see Kim here in Italy, opening RomHack with a keynote entitled Sunstroke, how the SolarWinds hackers pulled off their ingenious operations and scorched the vulnerable underbelly of the software supply chain. So, Kim, thanks again for being here. The floor is yours. Give it there.
Thank you, Carola. She said we met several years ago, and Italy is really lucky to have a good journalist who knows the topic and gets everything correct. So thanks for the organizers for bringing me from the US. I'm going to talk about SolarWinds today. I just want a show of hands. How many people are familiar with SolarWinds? Heard of it? Okay, and how many people really know all of the details of it? Feel like they have a deep dive into it? Okay. Well, hopefully, for those of you who already know about it, I'm going to introduce you to some new details around it. I call the talk sunstroke. Sunstroke, it means it's like a heat stroke when someone gets too much sun and their body overheats. And that's sort of what we saw here with the campaign of SolarWinds conducted by the SVR in Russia, discovered in December 2020. So, slides aren't advancing. Oh, there we go. So our story begins on December 8th, 2020. This is when a company called FireEye Mandiant, they're one of the top forensic, I'm going to explain some of the terms I use because I'm not sure that everyone here is up to speed on everything, but I'll try not to go to a basic level. But FireEye Mandiant is one of the top forensic investigative companies in the world. When large governments and companies get hacked, Mandiant is one of the first companies that often gets called in to investigate. And so they announced on December 8th, 2020, that they actually had been hacked themselves. And what they described was a sophisticated operation that involved the hackers stealing their red team tools. The red team tools are tools that FireEye, so FireEye and Mandiant were sort of a double company. FireEye does tools, sells tools, and does penetration testing, and then Mandiant would do forensic investigations. And the hackers stole the red team tools used to look for vulnerabilities in customers' machines, and they were also looking for information about Mandiant's government customers, potentially with the idea of hacking those customers through the privileged access that Mandiant FireEye had. Curiously, Mandiant never mentions in that blog post how long the hackers had been in their network or how they got in. This is a statement that Kevin Mandia, the CEO of Mandiant, said at the time, that we are witnessing an attack by a nation with top-tier offensive capabilities. The attackers tailored their world-class capabilities specifically to target and attack FireEye. They used a novel combination of techniques not witnessed by us or our partners in the past 25 years. So that was really significant, and it was really letting everyone know with a warning that this was going to be something that we hadn't seen before, and that everyone should pay attention. But again, not a lot of details. And so they would come back with an announcement 5 days later. There was very little information provided in the meantime, where they announced that the hack had actually come in through a company called SolarWinds. The hackers had penetrated SolarWinds, had embedded a backdoor in SolarWinds software, and that backdoor then got distributed to all of SolarWinds customers. Mandiant was one of them. But the interesting thing is, we thought the story began then, in December 2020, when the hackers got discovered. And in fact, we learned later, more information starts coming out, that the campaign had started much earlier. So this is Stephen Adair, who's the CEO of a company called Volexity. They're also a forensic firm. They were doing forensic investigation. Thank you. They were doing forensic investigation of a US think tank in December 2019, following some run-of-the-mill hackers when they suddenly noticed that email was flying out the door of this think tank, and it was being siphoned out by a more sophisticated actor. So there were two actors in the think tank's network. The actors were focusing on policy executives, IT personnel, top people at the think tank. They kicked them out, and then the attackers came back in, and they were using a backdoor that they had planted on the network 3 years earlier in 2016 that they hadn't used in 3 years. It was just sitting there precisely for a consequence like this. When they got kicked out, they'd be able to come back in. So they kicked them out again, they removed the back door, and then a few months later, the hackers are back in. And they know it's the same hackers because they're going back to the exact same email accounts and starting to siphon the email from the point that they'd left off when they got kicked out. But this time they came in through a vulnerability in a Microsoft Exchange server. The vulnerability had been patched by Microsoft, but the think tank hadn't actually applied the patch. So they come back in, and this time they're doing something interesting. They're going into the cloud, going after the email accounts in the cloud, and they're not using multi-factor authentication. They're actually bypassing it. So the think tank had multi-factor installed, and the attackers are getting into it without using multi-factor. And so this sort of alarmed Volexity. They were trying to figure out what was happening, and then they discovered that they had actually siphoned the key from the registry. And they were using it to generate tokens, authentication tokens, that would allow them to slide into these accounts without providing the multi-factor code. So Volexity kicks them out again, right? So if you're keeping count, this is the third time they're kicking them out. And what happens? A few months later, they're back again. And this time they came in around June, but they didn't do anything. They sat there silently for about 3 weeks or so, 2 weeks, and then they start siphoning the same email again, same accounts from the same email. Volexity traces the activity because they're trying to figure out how did they get back in. We've erased all of their tools. We don't know what's going on. They trace them back to a server on the think tank's network. It was a SolarWinds server running a software that SolarWinds makes called the Orion platform. They assumed, or they theorized that there must be a backdoor on the network somewhere. Maybe there's a vulnerability in the software, something that the attackers used, but they can't find anything. They looked for several days, they're not finding a backdoor, so they didn't have enough information to actually contact SolarWinds, and so they never did. They simply disconnected the server from the network and then moved on. And that was the end of it as far as they were concerned. Just to give you an idea of the Orion platform, how significant it is. This is a tool that IT managers use, IT staff use. They use it to configure networks. They use it to monitor all the systems that are connected on the network. They use it to send out patches. It's pretty significant. And if you have that kind of access on the network, on the Orion server, that server is communicating with a lot of other servers on the network. So you can see that it gives them an attacker a really good landing place from which to reach out and monitor everything else on the network. So around the same time, this we learned only actually a few months ago, so we're still learning new details about the SolarWinds hack. This was a story that I published in May. It turns out that right around the time that Volexity was investigating that incident at the think tank, the US Justice Department was experiencing a similar breach. No one knew about it. They kept this secret. What happened was that they had a SolarWinds server running the Orion platform, and it started communicating with a server that appeared to be a rogue server. It wasn't a SolarWinds server. And so they brought in Microsoft, they brought in Mandiant to help them investigate, and then they contacted SolarWinds because they believed that possibly there was maybe a vulnerability in the Orion software that the attackers had used to exploit to get on the Justice Department network, or maybe there was a vulnerability in the server itself. Anyways, that's what they were theorizing. They spent several weeks back and forth with SolarWinds trying to find such a vulnerability. They never found anything. So again, same thing like happened with Volexity. They shut the investigation down, or at least they didn't come to any conclusion, and they moved on. And we didn't know about that. So the first hint that we have that things start to sort of unravel for the attackers then occurs in November 2020, November 10th. This is Henna Parviz. She's a threat intelligence researcher at Mandiant. And she just was looking at security alerts that came in, and a random common alert came in notifying the IT team that an employee had enrolled a new device for their multi-factor authentication. So you all know multi-factor authentication. You sign into the VPN. This was for their virtual private network. You sign in using a username and password, and the system, the authentication system, sends a third code to your phone to sign in. In this case, the device that got enrolled into the program was a Samsung device, but what Hannah noticed was that there was no phone number associated with it, which she thought was odd. And then she starts to investigate the employee that supposedly is enrolling this device, and she discovers that they still have their old iPhone registered to the system as well. So that seems weird that they have two devices simultaneously enrolled. And then she starts going through the logs, and she realizes that the Samsung Samsung device is being used to sign into the virtual private network from Florida, southern state in the United States. The employee whose account it actually lives in Washington state, which is 3,000 miles away. And she contacts the employee and she says, "Are you signing in from Florida?" He says, "No, I've never been to Florida." She says, "Did you just enroll this new Samsung device?" He says, "No, I don't have a device." So they knew they had a problem. So they immediately kick out the attackers, and they start investigating a little more, and they realize that the attackers now are getting into their Microsoft Azure, they're getting into the cloud environments, and again, like Volexity had discovered, they're bypassing authentication. So it turns out that they had conducted what's called a golden SAML attack. The golden SAML attack is sort of what I described from Volexity. They get into the registry, they pull out the authentication key, or they pull out the key that's used to generate authentication tokens. They generated tokens for new accounts, they created new accounts, they generated they configured accounts for increased privileges in order to access the cloud environment and bypass the dual factor authentication. So Mandiant knows that they have a big problem here now. And they start looking further into the network, and they pull together a team of just 10 people because they don't want other people in the company to know what's going on yet until they figured out what's happening. So this very secretive team is working very diligently, tracking all of the footsteps of the attackers throughout the network. And what they discover is that they've been in there for months, and they've been living off the land in order to hide their activity. So living off the land, of course, is not introducing their own rogue malware onto the system. They're using legitimate tools that are already on the network and subverting those so that they won't get caught. They are also very careful not to leave typical patterns that forensic investigators are looking for when they're looking for hackers. But what they didn't realize was that by avoiding the known patterns that hackers usually create, they were creating new patterns. And so the investigators globbed onto those new patterns and started following them through the network. They discovered that they were doing things like when there was a scheduled task, a legitimate scheduled task, scheduled by IT administrators, they would hijack that task for their own malicious purposes, change the configuration of it to do what they wanted to do, and then as soon as they were done, they would restore the configuration of the scheduled task. They were also sometimes replacing legitimate tools with their own, renaming the legitimate tool, giving the name to their tool, doing what they needed to do, then deleting their tool and then restoring the names. So they were looking for those kinds of patterns then, for other scheduled tasks that were getting hijacked, for tools that were getting renamed. And that's when they discovered that the hackers had been in there for about 6 to 8 weeks by that point. So on Friday, November 20th, the team, this 10-person team, has a call with the CEO of Mandiant, Kevin Mandia. And they tell him, he thinks it's just going to be a routine call about another customer breach, whatever. And they tell him, no, actually, we've been hacked this time. It's a sophisticated operation. We don't know how they got in, but they're looking for our government customers. So Kevin, of course, is alarmed, and he decides that the first thing that he needs to do, because the red teams have been stolen, the hackers know who the government customers are, he decides that he needs to notify the government customers. So the next morning, which is a Saturday, he contacts the NSA, the FBI, other people in the intelligence community, and lets them know, gives them a heads up of what they're dealing with. And he tells them, we don't yet know how they got in, we don't know everything that they've done. So, Mandiant, they haven't seen this actor before, at least they don't think they have, because they're not recognizing patterns of known actors. So they decide to reach out to a couple of former colleagues who now work at Microsoft. And Microsoft, of course, has a wider view of the attack horizon and more tools, and so they decided to see if they had seen this kind of activity before. And one of the guys from Mandiant, former Mandiant, now at Microsoft, Christopher Glyer, they start picking it apart, looking at the indicators of compromise that Mandiant had given them. And so they start seeing a wider infrastructure that the attackers are using than Mandiant appears to be aware of. And as they start picking things apart, they're seeing it's growing and growing and wider, more and more threads are occurring. But they haven't seen this pattern before. They haven't seen this actor, so they also are confused about who this is. But one of the things that they notice is that the attackers are using a different command and control server for every victim that they're compromising. And they're naming that command and control server using partially a common name that the victim would have on their network. So they're basically naming a server to make it look like it is the victim's own server, so that when rogue communication goes out to that server, the victim isn't going to notice it so much. But of course, when they see all of the servers that are being used as command servers and they have the names of the victims, now Microsoft can actually start enumerating who those victims are. And it turns out one of the victims is Mandiant, who hadn't told Microsoft that they were actually compromised by this actor that they're asking Microsoft to look for. So, in the meantime, Mandiant has now been trying to find out how they got hacked. And they're going through logs for weeks and weeks, and finally they find something that looks like malicious traffic that's going from their Orion server. Again, we're back to this Orion server. And it's going to a server that is not a SolarWinds server. So what they decide to do is they're going to reverse engineer this Orion platform. But that Orion platform is 50,000 lines of code, 18,000 files, 14 gigabytes of data and code altogether. So this is not an easy task to do. They're reversing it for several days, but they actually notice something very quickly. Like within the first few hours, they notice the DLL, that the rogue traffic going to the server is actually coming from a DLL, a dynamic link library file, that's related to the Orion platform. And now they have to reverse engineer this DLL to figure out what it's doing. But they think that the backdoor is in there. So they start reversing it. This DLL has about 4,000 different functions. But one of those functions is that it communicates with SolarWinds to provide SolarWinds with usage information about the customer. You can opt in or opt out for this. It doesn't have to be there. But in this case, that's one of the functions that this DLL does. It will send in customer information to SolarWinds. But the problem here, of course, it's not sending it to SolarWinds, it's sending it to a completely different server. So they go through the code, and that's when they find the backdoor, which they named Sunburst, a play off of the SolarWinds name. And then they actually had another mystery, because now that they've got the backdoor, they were trying to figure out how the hell did it get onto their server. So there were two possibilities here, because that DLL was signed with a legitimate SolarWinds certificate. It was signed on March 24th, 2020, so about 7 months earlier. And they were looking at the certificate, and it's actually a legitimate one that SolarWinds owns. So there are two possibilities. Either the hackers created a rogue DLL and stole the SolarWinds certificate and then used that to sign their DLL and then deposit it on the Mandiant network, which would be a very targeted attack, distinct and unique to Mandiant. Or they posited there's a possible other theory. What if they hacked SolarWinds itself, deposited the rogue DLL in the software before it gets compiled, then it gets compiled and signed in the SolarWinds network by the SolarWinds certificate? They rejected that. They thought there's absolutely no way that that would happen. That's way too far-fetched. But then it turns out that one of the Mandiant employees decided to go to the SolarWinds website, downloaded one of the recent updates for the software, and the backdoor was in it. So this will give you an idea. They start looking at the SolarWinds website, and they're looking at all of the customers that SolarWinds has. Let me just increase that a bit for you. They have 33,000 customers that are using the Orion software. They would later determine that 16,000 of those had downloaded the tainted software. But here are some of the customers. You can see they're giants in the high-tech industry, federal agencies, state-level agencies, government agencies, and a lot of people that were critical infrastructure companies, others like that. So they start investigating sort of the steps that the infection occurs once that Sunburst backdoor is on a system. So it gets downloaded by a customer in the tainted software update. The sunburst gets on the system, but it doesn't immediately start doing anything. So it sits there for 12 to 14 days silently, and that's designed specifically to avoid detection, because if you start seeing malicious activity on your network and it happens immediately after you've downloaded something, there's a good chance you're going to make a connection between that download and the rogue activity. But here they're waiting 2 weeks, so you don't actually see that connection between the recent download. So it starts to beacon out then to a command and control server, just an initial phase 1 command and control center. And it's sending information to the hackers about the system that's infected. So like, okay, this is Mandiant, this is the system that it's on, this is the date and time. And then the attackers can go through that data and determine which are the valuable systems that they actually want to target now. So they didn't further hack all of the systems. So based on that information then, if it was a valuable system, they would then drop a second backdoor onto the system because they didn't want to continue using that sunburst backdoor. Because if that sunburst backdoor starts to generate activity that's suspicious, and someone notices the backdoor, they're going to trace it back to SolarWinds, and then they're going to realize that the supply chain has been compromised. But if they're using only the teardrop that they've now directly targeted, installed on the customer system, if someone discovers the teardrop system, that's where the investigation ends. They just think that someone installed a backdoor straight, and they won't see all of the back-end activity that happened at SolarWinds. So the attackers would get on the networks initially with SolarWinds, and then they would start to escalate, right? They would go after that registry key to generate tokens, authentication tokens, and then they would start to go to the cloud. This was primarily one of the things that they were doing. They were going after email in the cloud, but as we'll see later, they were also going after source code, to view source code. So supply chain attacks aren't new. We've seen them before. We saw that with CC Cleaner in 2017, where 2 million customers of CC Cleaner got infected through a software update. We saw that with NotPetya in Ukraine, where accounting software got embedded with the backdoor from, got embedded with malware from Russia, and then it spread around the world. And then we saw it also with ASUS in 2018, where a software upgrade was backdoored and went out to thousands of customers that way. But this one was unique, and you'll see some of the details as we get into them. So what happens is that Mandiant now decides that they need to let SolarWinds know what's happening, that their software has been backdoored. So around December 12th, on December 12th, Kevin Mandia contacts the CEO of SolarWinds and tells them, look, you've got a backdoor in your software. We're going to give you the files. We'll give you all of the information we have. But I do want you to know that we're going to go public with this information in 24 hours. That's all you have. You've got 1 day to do your investigation, figure out what you want to do, and put together a statement. We'll let you announce it first. And so that's what happened. So SolarWinds starts to investigate immediately. Obviously, 24 hours is not enough time, but it allows them to initially figure out how many customers might have been affected. And they realized that there were 3 different versions of the Orion update software that got backdoored. One in March 26th, one in June 4th, and one on June 24th. And that's when they determined that about 16,000 customers downloaded that backdoor. So, as Mandiant gave their word, the next day, everyone went public with the announcement that it was a backdoor that actually came in through SolarWinds, and that's how Mandiant got hacked. Very curiously, Mandiant doesn't announce that in its blog post. So on December 8th, they announced they had been hacked. December 13th, they announced that SolarWinds has been hacked, but they never marry those 2 pieces of information in their blog post. So someone just reading that blog post will never know that Mandiant actually got compromised through SolarWinds. I mean, obviously we know that, but that's not what they were talking. They didn't want to reveal that, or they didn't reveal that. So a sunburst goes out to 16,000 customers. As I said, the attackers can look at the information getting beaconed in from the back door and decide who they want to further target. In this case, they actually only targeted about less than 100 who actually then got further hacking activity. And so in that case, they dropped the teardrop backdoor onto those systems. And then from there, they could do reconnaissance, they could escalate privileges, they could move around the network, figure out what they wanted to do, understand the lay of the land, and then they could install more tools. In some cases, they installed Cobalt Strike. In other cases, they installed other kind of malware. So the victims, the breakdown was about 50% of them were software vendors, IT people, hardware makers, 18% were government agencies and telecoms, and then 18% were think tanks. So this is the 9 federal agencies in the US government got hit. This is just sort of there are 7 of them there, or 6 of them there. Commerce Department, Defense Department, Treasury, DHS, Department of Energy, and, oops, that slide got a little mixed up, Justice Department. And then, of course, the companies that they were hitting: Cisco, Intel, Palo Alto Networks, Malwarebytes, Mimecast, just a sample of the top companies, and of course Mandiant. And it turns out, as Microsoft was investigating the breach for Mandiant, they discovered that they also had been breached. So what they were going after was email primarily for the federal agencies. The email is significant. In the Commerce Department, they handle sanctions for Russia and for other countries. So if you can get advance notice of what the sanctions are going to be, that would be really important intel. The Department of Energy, of course, has information about nuclear activities in the US, nuclear facilities, nuclear weapons. Department of Homeland Security has information about critical vulnerabilities in voting systems and in other critical infrastructure. And then they also got into the federal court system, where you are working on court cases for the FBI and other law enforcement agencies, and they had the ability to see, to see sealed documents, so search warrants, indictments, wiretap orders, things like that, so they could know what the government was investigating before anyone else knew. So the backdoor was useless. This is something that's really important. The backdoor was useless unless that Orion server was actually connected to the internet, right? So you get the backdoor on the system and it starts to beacon out to the internet. If your Orion server was not connected, that was the end of it. The hackers couldn't go any further. The problem is people were connecting their Orion servers to the internet, even though they didn't have to. And in fact, SolarWinds was advising customers not to connect the systems. But people would connect them to get patches, to get upgrades to the software downloaded, and they were also connecting it, of course, to send that usage, that customer usage information. 20-30% of Orion customers had them connected to the internet. Many configured them improperly. So you can connect them to the internet, but you can do it in a secure way, right? You can configure it so that that server will only speak to SolarWinds network. And in fact, it was beaconing out to a rogue server instead. So people had misconfigured them. Mandiant told me that they had put their Orion server behind firewalls and detection systems. But they had also configured it to block any external connections trying to come into the network, which is what you do, right? Standard security, except when the call is coming from inside your network. So if you've already got the backdoor on your system, configuring your firewall to prevent contact coming from outside the network doesn't help when the contact is being initiated from inside your network. So that was a mistake that they made. And a lot of federal agencies made it as well. So now the announcement is made. SolarWinds starts investigating internally what's going on. Hackers want to know when SolarWinds covers them, right? They're monitoring CEOs, the executives, they're monitoring legal team emails, but the security team, because if anyone discovers, suspicious activity happening in that network, they're concerned that those might be backdoored as well. 50 programs that they had to go through. They didn't find evidence of any others. And also now they have to revoke that certificate that was used to sign that software. It turns out the same certificate was signing most of SolarWinds software. So they had to revoke the certificate. And now they had to recompile all of those software programs over again and then re-sign them with a new certificate and send them out to customers. And at that point, now that the announcement has been made, of course, customers have questions. So about 19,000 calls are coming in from US government, from foreign governments, from critical infrastructure around the world. DHS in the US wants to know if the hackers were going after any research facilities that were working on COVID vaccines. There were calls from the nuclear industry wanting to know if they'd hit any nuclear agencies. And then foreign governments were calling and saying, we want to know all of the victims inside our country that got hit. So 19,000 calls you're handling in an emergency situation. At the same time, they're actually having to put together their announcement to the Securities and Exchange Commission, because in the US, when you get hacked, if you're a public company, you have to report it to the SEC. They spent hours and hours with lawyers working out the wording of that. At one point, the SolarWinds CEO said, if we change one more comma in this, it's going to cost us $20,000 in legal fees. So that's sort of to give you the environment of what a hacked company is going through. So in the meantime now, they are also looking for how did that backdoor get embedded in the software. So they're spending weeks. They've brought in CrowdStrike. They've brought in KPMG to do forensic investigation of their network. They're thinking, first of all, OK, maybe it got into the source code repository. Maybe they put it in there. They look in the repository. They look at the change logs. They don't see any evidence that the hackers had actually accessed the source code repository. They start looking at engineering stations, right? So maybe the developer got compromised, the developer's laptop got compromised, and they injected it into code that they were developing, and then that got into the finished product. Again, it's a dead end. They finally found the tool that actually embedded the backdoor in the software, and it was a small little piece of code called Sunspot. Well, they gave it the name Sunspot, and it was just 3,500 lines of code. So how did it work? So the attackers got into the build environment where the software gets built before it gets compiled and signed with a certificate. The Sunspot would sit there. It was there for a couple of weeks before the attack began. And it would wait for evidence that the DLL, that Orion DLL, was being compiled. Now, the way that SolarWinds builds its software is they use a program called TeamCity from JetBrains. And so the TeamCity, when it's building software, will ramp up about 100 virtual machines in order to do the compilation of all the various components. And the hackers didn't know, obviously, the VM only gets created at the moment that the build is happening. So they can't anticipate where they need to put their backdoor. So Sunspot would sit there on the build server waiting to see when Orion software is being compiled. And as soon as that occurs, as soon as those virtual machines start getting spun up, Sunspot would then inject itself into every single one of those virtual machines. And then it would look for which virtual machine was actually compiling that DLL. And when it saw the virtual machine that was compiling the DLL, in the split second before that DLL actually got compiled, Sunspot would switch out that legitimate DLL, give it a different name, and then take that name and give it to their rogue DLL. And so when the JetBrains system, or TeamCity system, starts to grab the various Orion files that it needs to compile, it grabs that rogue DLL. And it puts it into the software, compiles it, and signs it, and then it goes out to customers. And then as soon as the build is done, those virtual machines disappear because they only exist for the time that the build is occurring. But what happens is that after weeks of looking for evidence of how this occurred, one of the engineers at SolarWinds discovered that there was an old virtual machine that actually didn't disappear. It should have been deleted, and it wasn't. And by chance, it was sitting there. It was from February 2020, and it's the machine that actually Sunspot was using to inject the code into. The investigators described this activity as the way that they switched out is sheer elegance. Obviously, it was just sheer chance that they discovered this, because if that virtual machine had been deleted, as all the virtual machines were, they would never have discovered how this occurred. So. But at the same moment that they were sort of admiring the capabilities of the hackers, they realized the implications of that. Because if this software build had been compromised, and the way that it was compromised, they realized that every single software maker out there that hadn't secured their build environment was also vulnerable to the same kind of attack. And then they realized that they had to get all of this information out very quickly. Now, of course, we've seen sort of build environments, or at least software source code repositories, compromised before. If you remember back in 2010, when China conducted the Aurora campaign against Google and a lot of security firms, they went after source code repositories at that point. And this was a comment that Dmitry Alperovich made to me at the time. He said that the attackers were going after the source code management systems, and they were wide open. They weren't secure. This is 2010. No one ever thought about securing them, yet those were the crown jewels of most of those companies in many ways, much more valuable than any financial or personally identifiable data that they may have and spend so much time and effort protecting. So what he was saying is that these software companies didn't really anticipate that attackers were going to go after the source code management systems. Now we think that that's ridiculous, right? Because we secure those systems. But at the time, a lot of people weren't securing, and this system had some vulnerabilities in it. And so the same system was being used by a lot of the victims of the Aurora campaign. So they were going into the source code repositories, and potentially they had the potential ability to change. We don't know if they ever actually did. So here's the thing. So everyone now since 2010 is starting to secure their source code repositories, right? They've got change logs. They know when anyone is entering those repositories. They know when someone has altered something in the repository. But they're not securing the build environments. So here we've got a case of people not anticipating when you close one door for attackers, what's the other door that they're going to use. So here's a comment that someone gave to me when we were looking at the software build environment in SolarWinds. They said software makers had all these safety mechanisms for detecting changes to source code in the source code repository, but none protecting the build environment because no one had ever injected malware into the software build process before. So again, there's a lack of imagination in the security community to imagine what's the next step that the attackers are going to take, because it seems obvious now that the build environment would have been the next targets. This is a timeline of the activity. So SolarWinds and their investigators, they spent months tracking the attackers' activity. We talked about the fact that the Mandiant discovered that they were breached on November 10th. They announced it in December 10th. But when they start to investigate it, it turns out the attackers were in the SolarWinds network all the way back in January 2019. So their activity, they could track it. They came in through a VPN using a user's account. They don't have logs that go back farther from this, so this is as far back as they know of the activity. They may have been there earlier. They don't know actually how they came in the first time, except they already had credentials for that VPN. So how did they get credentials? We don't have any evidence of that at this point. So what did they do? They come in and they start going through downloading source code repositories. They downloaded more than a dozen source code repositories for all of the different SolarWinds programs, and they start looking at the build environment. They're doing reconnaissance to figure out how the build environment works. They know that they're using TeamCities, JetBrains TeamCities. They know how it unfolds. They know the developers' usernames and passwords. They have logs of when they use the system, when they access the build system. And so they're doing all of this reconnaissance, and then they leave. So they're only in there for about a month, maybe 6 weeks. They gather the information they have, and then they go out and they do their research, right? So now they're devising the attack over the next months. And then what we see that happens in October, they come back into the network and they do a test. They actually embed, it's a sort of let's say a blank backdoor into the Orion software in October, just to see if they can get it done without being detected. It goes out to customers in a software update then, and so the test is, the proof of concept works, and they're not detected. So then they sit, because SolarWinds has a schedule for when they do updates, and they know that the next update is going to be coming in March. So they don't do anything else except monitoring the email at that point. And then in February, that's when they come back into the network, they deposit Sunspot onto the build environment, and then everything takes care of itself. Now, one of the things that I don't have here on these slides is that they actually removed Sunspot in June of 2020. So let me go back to that timeline. So they had, Sunspot was sitting there in the build environment all of that time, right? So from February 2020 until, well, we got the 3 updates, March 24th, June 4th, June 24th. And then suddenly, Sunspot gets deleted from the network. And also, the attackers start erasing their tracks. They started erasing logs, they started erasing their activity. And I never understood why that occurred. Something had to happen that triggered them to do that. And then, as I was starting to do the investigation, that's when I discovered that the Justice Department had contacted SolarWinds in May of 2020, reporting that they were seeing suspicious activity out of the SolarWinds network. And because the attackers were monitoring 71 email accounts of SolarWinds, they were seeing that communication. They realized that someone was onto them, potentially, and that's when they panicked and they start removing Sunspot and they start deleting their tracks. Potentially, they could have been there for a lot longer and infected more updates. So what we have then are, we've had a lot of information sort of unfold about the investigation over the last, since December 2020. We've had quite a view of what the attackers did, but we still have a lot of mysteries that are unsolved. We don't know when the campaign began. We only have evidence that they were first in the network, or that they were in the network, SolarWinds, going back to January 2019. But we don't know if there was a wider campaign around this, if there were other companies that were infected as part of a broad supply chain hack. We don't know the identities of all of those 100 or so people that got the teardrop, that got the more advanced targeting activity. We know some of them because the names of the servers would identify some of those victims. A lot of the victims have never come forward and acknowledged that they were hit by SolarWinds, by the SolarWinds campaign. We don't know what they did on infected machines. So I talked about the email from the government systems that they were started to take. Turns out that those government agencies were not logging. They were not doing sufficient logging. So we don't actually know what all the attackers took. The agencies don't know what all the attackers took. We don't know what they did with the private companies, the public companies that they were attacking. Microsoft has acknowledged that the attackers accessed their source code, but they said the attackers never changed anything in the source code. But Microsoft has been silent about what else they did in the network. And we don't know from other companies. Some of those companies that I listed there are security companies. Palo Alto Networks, VMware is a widely used company. We don't know if the attackers deposited backdoors in any other software or any other software makers. None of those companies have really disclosed. And we don't know if actually they know, right? So if you're not doing logging, you may not know exactly what they were doing. We also don't know if they're still in the networks. There was a concerted effort by government and by the public over the following months after SolarWinds was discovered to clean them from the network. But once they're on the network and they have persistence in there and they're embedded, you may not be able to find them. So it was a real concern, actually, when Russia attacked Ukraine, when they invaded Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. The US government was actually concerned that the SVR hackers were still in systems that they had infected back in 2020. And they weren't really sure that they'd cleaned them out of the government networks. And the other thing is as I mentioned, is we don't know if there were other supply chains that had been infected in this campaign. So since SolarWinds, since this occurred, SolarWinds has re-architected its build environment. They now have a more secure process. They don't allow single engineers to initiate a build. You have to have multiple people initiate a build. So if one developer's account is compromised, they can't initiate a build on their own. And they've also had this build process. So now they're actually checking the build post-build to make sure that there's nothing in it. So the software gets compiled, and then they decompile the program to see that, to make sure that nothing else has been embedded in it that shouldn't be there, and then they send it out to customers. So we're seeing some changes then, but again, the SolarWinds campaign, it's a mystery. We don't really know all of the details, and that's where it is. So thank you for your time. We still have some time, so if anyone has any questions, I guess. Sorry. Yeah. Does anyone have any questions? Carola's got a microphone.
Yeah. Any question? Yeah.
We have about 7 minutes.
I'm like.
Thank you. Thank you for your speech. Very clear. What about the perpetrators? You said the name of SVR just at the end of your speech.
Oh, sorry.
So maybe you are considering that we already know that it's made by Russia, by the secret services of Russia. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you can say something more about the perpetrators, I will appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize that I hadn't mentioned. I sort of take it for granted that everyone knows it was SVR. So Mandiant was pretty sure very, very quickly that it was SVR, but they didn't attribute it. SVR, of course, is Russia's intelligence agency, and as opposed to, there's GRU, there's FSB, and then there's SVR. SVR is their most talented, skilled group. They tend to be very stealth. They were involved in the hack of the Democratic National Committee in 2016, but they weren't the ones that leaked. So there were two actors in the DNC. It was the SVR comes in initially, and then the GRU comes in, and they're the ones that are noisy, and they leaked. So SVR is known for its stealth capabilities. Mandiant didn't initially attribute. The federal government, the US government, took about, I think it was a year before they did a formal attribution, and then it was like another 6 months after that that Mandiant decided that they were actually able to trace the activity to previous SVR breaches, and then they identified the SVR as them. So thank you. Are there other questions?
Everyone. Questions? Raise your hands. No? Okay. Okay, thank you.
I'm around if anyone wants to talk with me. I'll be here all day. So, do I leave this here?
I have it. So thank you again, Kim. And by the way, we are going to have a round table at 5, and we are probably going to talk again a little bit about the SolarWinds case. So if you have questions, also keep them for later for the round table. But now, next speaker. So Ting-Yu Chen, aka NiNi, is a security researcher at DevCore focusing on vulnerability research and reverse engineering. He won the title of the Master of Pawn at Pawn2On Toronto 2022 with the DevCore team and made achievements in CTF competitions. His talk is focusing on network infrastructure, so a comprehensive review on the less traveled road, 9 years of overlooked MikroTik Pre-Auth RCE. Thank you.
Hi,
the floor
everyone.
is yours.
Hi, everyone. Today is a talk about 9 years of overlooking MikroTik Pre-Auth RCE. And I am NiNi Chen. I'm currently a security researcher at DevCore, and we are from Taiwan. I'm also a member of Belfast CTF team and member of Undefined. So, why? Why the router OS? Because we want to participate in the Pawn2On Toronto 2022 as one of the target, the router board of MikroTik hasn't been pawned in the previous event. So we want to try it. Because if your target is the difficult one, then there is less chance you have a block collision, right? So you may already know the rules. Participants must find a pre-auth RCE with no user interaction to acquire the point. And a special category, so-host mashup, was introduced in 2022. Participants have to chain a router's WAN vulnerability to another device exploits to earn the points and bounty. The bounty and point in this category is relatively high. So it's a good target for us to earn more money and win the game. We started to survey the possibility to finding a pre-auth RCE on router board. Let's recap some backtesting quickly. The router board of MikroTik is quite popular, and the router OS is the operating system of router board hardware. By scanning the MikroTik, we can observe about 3 million devices online. Router OS is a standalone operating system based on Linux kernel. And MikroTik also offers ISO image, so we can run it as VM. It's closed source code and closed ecosystem, but it did use some open source code, so it is affected by the GPL. But according to the download terms on MikroTik webpage, you have to pay $45 to get a CD with GPL source. Nice try. But if you want to participate in Pong2 this year, I suggest you not to get the GPL source code because someone had published it online on GitHub. But the code layer is not really useful, so you just have to reverse by yourself. Currently, there are two versions of Router OS, Router OS v7 and Router OS v6. That should be considered as two branches because their implementation are slightly different. And there is also something called cloud-hosted router. This is a Router OS image for VM, but only the AMD 64 version is available. And our target is MIPS, so it's also useless. But you can try something on the VM. It's also. And most services on Router OS are implemented by MikroTik itself because it's closed ecosystem. And they share a similar architecture. So we name this kind of binary Nova binary afterward. And they use Nova message to talk to each other. The Router OS is based on the Linux kernel, but the customer is actually trapped in a customized CLI, so you can access the underlying Linux system. Only the developers can install a kind of backdoor package to access the Linux kernel for debugging purpose. And there is a special application called Winbox. This is a Windows GUI application. It's also a popular attack service. Because the Winbox interface on the router can be used to talk to other Nova binaries, and we'll talk about it later. So some of them can be accessed without authentication. It's also a popular attack service. To understand how people research the Router OS, let's have a look at past CVEs of the Router OS. There are a total of 80 CVEs. And 28 of these CVEs are pre-auth exploitable. And the victim is the router itself, not the client side. And 16 out of 28 are those in variant components. 8 out of 28 are DNS poisoning, allowing attacker to MITM or firewall evasion. Only 4 pre-auth vulnerability in history can lead to a shell or login as admin directly without user interaction. These are what we care about, but 3 out of 4 were found during 2017 to 2019, and the 3 out of 4 are in the wild. Let's have a close look, like CVE 2017-20149, aka Chimerate, is one of the exploits leaked from the CIA in 2017. By sending an HTTP request with crafted content length, like a very big content length, we can corrupt stack to execute arbitrary code by a special technique called stack clash. And the CVE 2018-7445 is a buffer overflow in SMB and was found by black box fuzzing. CVE 2018-14847 is also one of the exploits leaked from the CIA. This bug allowed an unauthenticated attacker to read arbitrary file on Router OS. It sounds like it's not a big deal, just reading the file. But since at that time, the password stored in Router OS was actually your raw password XOR with a known string, a known hash of a known string. So if you can read that file, you can recover a password very easily. And the CVE 2021-41987 is a heap buffer overflow in the function best64 decode of SCEP service. This was found on an APT C2 server. As we can see, these vulnerabilities are mostly in the wild. We can't really learn too much from them directly. So let's look at some talks. In 2017, there are 3 talks. They are about the package format adopted by the router OS, the developer backdoor, or how they store the password we just mentioned. They are helpful to have a big picture of router OS. And in 2018, the talk analyzed the Nova message, which was used by the Nova binary to talk to each other. In binary format and JSON format, it has 2 formats, and introduced how the Winbox client talked to the Winbox interface on the router by Nova message, and it found a post-auth overflow. In 2019, the talk, MikroTik, Firewall, and Net Bypass, is talk about the vulnerability in the Winbox. They can be used to scan the intranet if Winbox is exposed to the internet. The next, finding and exploit, CVE 2018-7445. It found the stack buffer overflow in SMB, we just mentioned. And the deep dive, MikroTik exploits, a security analysis. It's about the CIA exploits and the massive exploits event based on the leaky payload. The next one, help me, vulnerability, you are my only hope. Release a tool to help users to jailbreak their device to check if the leaked exploit we just mentioned were already compromising them, because you can access the underlying Linux system to check if you were compromised, so you have to jailbreak. And the last one, router OS chain to root, it's about chaining DNS poisoning vulnerability and the downgrade attack to get a shell. In 2022, pulling MikroTik into Limelight talks more about the Nova binary and disclose a post-auth vulnerability in www. They can be used to jailbreak, and then also release a tool to help people quickly get a shell on AMD 64 version of router OS of the vulnerability. Yes, the tool is about the AMD 64. So if you are a participant of the Pong2On event, you want to debug your exploits, you have to write your own version based on this exploit. It seems like the whole world is talking about the Nova message in the IPC, right? So we also try to understand what it is. Let's talk about the IPC of router OS with an example. While a user login through the telnet to access the console of router OS is something like this. The telnet will immediately call execl to execute the login process to ask the user for user name and password. Then the login process will send a Nova message with username and password supplied to the user process to check if they are correct. The user process also responds in Nova message. It will send back an OK. The Nova message consists of key and value pair, and the key can only be numbers. The sys2 and the sysfrom are arrays, contain the ID of the Nova binary and the ID of the handler. We'll talk about later, which should handle this message. The communication between 2 processes is actually something like this. Every message is sent to the loader via socket, and the loader dispatches the message to the corresponding binary. So, assuming that the ID of the process on the left-hand side is 1039, the ID of the user process on the right-hand side is 13. And the handler 4 is responsible for checking the username and password for login, right? The login process sends a request with username and password to the user process. The value of the sys2 means the target. So the sys2 is handler 4 of the binary ID with 13. Next, the loader removes the target binary ID in sys2 add the source binary ID to sysfrom, and then forward the message to the target process. When the user process receives the message from the socket, it will also remove the handle ID from sys2 and pass it to the corresponding handler. Then the handler do the rest of things about the user authentication. We mentioned that the Winbox interface on the router is a popular attack surface. That's because the protocol Winbox client, which is on Windows, is a WinGUI. To talk the interface on the router is a Nova message in the TCP packet. So if the target handler fails to check the sender's privilege, that can cause problems, right? Like an unauthenticated user can send a Nova message through the loader to arbitrary binary if they didn't check the permission by themselves. The loader won't check that. The message used in IPC is constructed by the env message and relative function. Nova message is typic key value mapping and can contain various types, and also another Nova message so it can be nested. Because the JSON format of the Nova message is deprecated, so we only talk about the binary format today. The M2 at the beginning of the Nova message is the magic bytes, so let's skip it. Then it uses 4 bytes to describe a key. The first 3 bytes of key are ID. The last bytes is type, and the bytes following are the value of that key. So the message's ID, types, and value looks like this. Type like bool, like boolean, type like boolean, can be expressed with 1 bit directly. So it just uses the lower bit of the type bytes. To understand which binary corresponding to the ID in the sys2 or sysfrom, we need to pass a spatial file format called x3. It's under the loader directory. It's a kind of XML, but in binary format. If the binary was, so it's something look like this. The ID of the bin user is 13. Okay, you have to write a parser to pass the x3. And if the binary was introduced by installing a package, because it's a closed ecosystem, so you can still install some package, but from MikroTik. If the binary was introduced by installing a packet, its ID is under the loader directory of that packet. But some IDs can be found in the x3 file because the process is not persistent. The ID is just a serial number, like the login process we just mentioned, because you spawn a login process every time a user wants to log in, so it's actually just a serial number. Other binaries also have their own x3 files for different purposes. For example, the x3 file of www describe which URI should be handled by which servlet. It seems like it's a good target for fuzzing, right? Because it's compact and the key can only be numbers. But we can't just fuzz it and expect we get something after two months because we need RCE, not a crash. This is a spoiler, okay? While we were writing our exploit with the vulnerability we found later, there is a talk at POC 2022. It's called MikroTik Router OS Security, the Forgotten IPC Message. Though, I think it's far from forgotten because when you look back the previous page of the slides, you will find that most research are actually playing about the Nova message. So it's never forgotten. But anyway, the talk is about fuzzing the Nova message. It turns out a lot of post-CVEs, which is red here, are found by the fuzzing, by that talk. By the number of CVE, it looks like the fuzzer has been running for a long time. The smaller ID is like CVE 2020 and 20211. It has been fuzzing for like 2 years. And a bit of afterthought, I don't think we can get a better result if we would do the same thing. Not to mention, we only have 2 months. So, is it still possible to pwn the router OS? It looks like it's super hard. Reviewing these CVEs again, most of the vulnerability we think interesting were discovered many years ago. Researchers also found lots of vulnerability. But as we can see, the MikroTik becomes safer and safer. But somehow, in 2021, a vulnerability in SCEP server was discovered by analyzing an exploit on apt-c2 server. So, was it undiscovered until then because it was not a default feature? Or is it just because people have overlooked something? Most of the talk and article focus on jailbreaking, analyzing the in the wild exploits and the Nova message in IPC. I have a summary after reading this article and starting to reversing by ourselves. That is, no one with sanity would like to dive into the detail of Nova binary because it's secure by obscure. It's really hard to reversing, and the code base is huge. So, where to start? I don't think the system is perfect now. There is a gap between researchers and attackers. So what was missed if we want to find some pre-auth RCE bug in router OS? The first question is, where are the entry points of the customized IPC, which is the Nova message we just mentioned? Most of them can only be accessed by authenticated users. We can foresee that playing with the Nova message in IPC will result in lots of post-auth bugs. IPC is just a part of implementation of most of the functionality. We want to review the crucial part directly and carefully. For example, how does the DHCP process parse a DHCP package to extract the info it needs? Then we have to mention the architecture of the Nova binary. Every Nova binary has a looper. The looper uses poll to check the status of sockets and process event in each loop. It's just like a regular event loop if you have seen everywhere, just like a game loop or something. Looper is responsible for communication between the current process and the loader. The looper registers a special callback for the Unix socket, which is used to communicate with loader. The special callback here is on message sock. Will dispatch the message to the corresponding handler once it receives Nova message from the socket. So how does the handler works? While the looper receives a Nova message, it will dispatch it to the corresponding handler and look at the right-hand side. If the sys2 only specifies the binary ID, the looper will handle the message. Otherwise, 0 is for handler 0, 1 is for handler 1. Let's assume the handler 1 is responsible for Nova message this time. And then it will call a function in vtable with the CMD prefix, corresponding to the command specified by the syscmd. Like if the command is in syscmd is shut down, it will call the CMD shutdown. It's something like that. And because the handler is base class, so command related to object are unimplemented. The CMD unknown is often overridden and used to extend the customized command. But sometimes the developers of MikroTik just want to override the handler CMD instead of the CMD unknown. So you may have already read some of this in the past research. Is someone have talked this about? But most of the time, the non-binary use the derived classes rather than the base class. The derived class can store a collection of objects of a specific type. For example, while the user is setting up a DHCP server, they will send a message to handler 0 of the DHCP process to create a DHCP server. The handler 0, which is an instance of a map, is a derived class of handle class. It will call a function on its vtable with offset hex 7c to create a DHCP server object and insert it into a tree. So it's something like an STL of the C++, right? The hex 7c is the offset to the constructor of the inner object. And you can find the offset of such function in other derived classes by reversing their command add object, this function. You can find the constructor, offset of constructor. In the previous example, the web panel sent a Nova message to DHCP to create a DHCP server. But what if I told you that some functionality don't even use the Nova binary? So if you keep playing with the Nova message or fast with the Nova message, you won't find this attack service because they never use it. Take the CDP and LLDP for example. The CDP is something like Cisco Discovery Protocol. And they are implemented in the Discover, which is a process called Discover. The looper registers 2 callback functions, one for CDP, one for LLDP. The looper keeps looping and checks the status of the socket. If there are incoming packets, the looper calls the callback function. The callback of CDP will extract the information from the packet and store them directly into another ASEC map without sending any Nova message. So we want to explore such case that never use the Nova message. So maybe there'll be some vulnerability hiding there wasn't found by fuzzing. So we start to review the router OS by enumerating functionality and reversing them based on the concept we just mentioned. Then we found something strange. Okay, actually, this part was nothing about the reversing. One day, while plugging and unplugging some cables connect to the router, suddenly, the log file showed the RA-DVD crash several times just by plugging and unplugging my cable. So we tried to reproduce the crash by manually plugging and unplugging cables about 1,000 times. But we couldn't figure out the crash condition. The condition is unknown and the crash appeared randomly. Okay. Instead of mindless unplugging and plugging the cables, we try to reverse the RA-DVD to see if we can find something interesting. We didn't find the root cause, but we got something better. What is RA-DVD? RA-DVD is a service about the SLAAC of IPv6. Let's say a computer or a node wants to get an IPv6 address. It will firstly communicate a router solicitation to all routers, ask for network prefix. Then if a router receives the RS, it will multicast a router advertisement with network prefix to all nodes. Now, a node can calculate its own IPv6 address by combining the network prefix and the UI64. And UI64, which is calculated from the MAC address. Another scenario is that if an upstream router A, maybe it's an ISP, they give you a prefix with /48, which is assigned in advance by email or something. Then you can use them whatever you want in your LAN. Then here comes the link prefix and router prefix. First, the router B acts as a node on the interface that link to the router A. So now it's an SLAAC client. The router B asks a router A for a prefix. The router A sends a /64 prefix for router B to calculate its own IPv6 address. Router B calculates an IPv6 address, let's say it's 2001:DBA::1, and use it as the interface that links to the router A. So now the router A can route all traffic to the address under /40A to router B. Now when nodes want to get IPv6 and send an RS to router B, the router B just multicasts the /40A prefix to the nodes as usual. Then the nodes act as usual. The function of the RADVD in router OS should have two functionality. The first one is it can act as a node to receive RA, and the second one is it can multicast RA to the LAN, right? So let's follow the execution flow of RADVD to find the bug. The RADVD has a similar design pattern to the discover process we just mentioned. So we call them Nova binary because they share similar architecture. The looper pulls the socket in every loop, and if there is incoming ICMPv6, it just calls the registered callback function. What callback function do is roughly like this. It checks if the packet is a valid RA or a valid RS. If it's a RA, then store information in handler 1. If it's an RS, they just multicast RA. But there are actually three cases the router OS will multicast the prefix to node. The first is when it receives the RS from the nodes. It's simple, right? But the second is when it receives an RA from the upstream router. The last one is the router will multicast prefix in the default period, which is in 200 to 600 seconds. But the problem is we actually can't find the broadcast behavior when it receives the RA in first glance. It's actually about the subscription mechanism we'll talk about later, but we didn't know that then. But the other two cases can be traced directly. The RADVD calls send RA right after it receives an RS. The handler 1 registers a timer to send RA periodically, so we can find the send RA function by tracing these two methods. Following the send RA function, we found something interesting. While the RADVD deals with the DNS advisory, it will advise DNS to nodes based on the DNS list it received from upstream. The add DNS function is used to flatten the DNS tree and add it to the ICMPv6 packet. The RA row is the ICMPv6 payload, which is a local variable with a size of 496 bytes. Okay. Step into the add DNS, and we can immediately find out there is probably a stack buffer overflow. The function adds DNS to packets by MEM copy without any boundary check. That causes a stack buffer overflow in the DNS if the DNS is big enough. But the problem is the max length of our DNSS of an RA is 8 bits, which is insufficient to override the return address. It can even cause a buffer overflow. But if the RA packet was not the first one sent to the router OS, the RADVD have to expire old RDNSS that makes the RDNSS flatten another tree to overflow more bytes for us. So if it will expire the old one, so it will flatten 2 trees. So now what we have to do is we have to act as a bad neighbor that send a router advertisement with a big RDNSS list to the target router. Then send another router advertisement with a big RDNSS list. Now the return address is overwritten with an IPv6 address in the first in the RDNSS of the first RA. So we can override the return address by some IPv6 address in the first RA. It's time to construct the exploit, and it looks very easy because there is no protection enabled. And on the MIPS, there is no NX bit because the hardware didn't support that. So you can easily execute your shellcode. So let's just find a way to jump on the stack and run our shellcode. That should be really easy, right? Like CTF 101. The overflow IPv6 address are sorted since they were stored in a tree. To make the order of the IP address stable and ensure the shellcode is good, we can use part of IPv6 prefix as a serial number and put a jump at the end of each address to jump over the prefix because they are not a valid instruction. But because of the delay slot of MIPS, which means the instruction after the branch instruction will always be executed before the branch instruction itself. We have to move the jump instruction forward, but the other problem is that you cannot do the syscall in the delay slot. So basically, this is a bad idea. Oh, it's another CTF 101 problem. Just make the prefix a valid instruction that won't affect our gadget or shellcode, then everything is fine. And because we didn't leak any stack address, plus we didn't find any gadget, they can be used to move stack pointer from register. So what we did here is first write our gadget on memory, then jump to that gadget. Finally, our shellcode will be executed. Sounds good, but there is iCache. The MIPS CPU has 2 caches, the instruction caches and data caches. While writing our gadget on memory, we are actually writing it on dcache. Now, when we try to control the execution flow to execute the gadget for running our shellcode, the process first checks if the instructions are already in the iCache. But because we wrote our gadget on the data section, the cache always misses, so that the memory content will be loaded into the iCache. That causes the processor to execute a bunch of nodes until the program crashes. To flush the dcache, we need to make the processor context switch or exhaust the dcache, which size is 32 kilobytes. There is no sleep in the RADVD. Other functions would also trap into the kernel, but they don't guarantee the context switch would always happen. To make our exploit constantly successful in maximizing the chance to win the game, we have to flush the 32 kilobytes dcache. Luckily, the value in randomized VA space of router OS is 1, which means the heap is not randomized. The only thing we need to do is do some memory allocation to extend the heap and write some garbage on it. We may run out of bytes for shellcode because of that. But the DNS addresses were stored in a tree we just mentioned that costs a lot of memory space. The heap is already larger than 32 kilobytes during processing a request. So we can call the MEM copy by GOT hijack to write 32 kilobyte garbage on heap to flush the D-cache for our shellcode directly without any memory allocation to consume more bytes for our shellcode. And the profit. The vulnerability was assigned CVE 2023-32156, and it's already being fixed. After that, we found the vulnerable code has existed at least since router OS v6. This means the vulnerability has existed since 2013, 9 years until we found it, and 10 years until they fixed it. So, no one with sanity would like to dive into the detail of non-binary. QED, you're welcome. Combine the exploit with our another exploit for Canon printer for Pong2On. The attacking scenario is that an attacker is a bad neighbor of the MikroTik router, sending crafted ICMPv6 to attack the router. And if we compromise in the router successfully, we can forward our payload to attack the printer behind the router. The whole setup can be simplified as such in context. We can almost see our 100K bounty. But there is another but. Our exploit only working on Mac OS and fail on Ubuntu, whether it's a VM or not. And the host of the Pong2On, they run Ubuntu VM, so we have to make it successful on Ubuntu VM. We try to debug the exploit by running the exploit on Mac and recording the traffic, replay, and fail, right? We also dump the traffic from Ubuntu and replay it on Mac, then it success. What? So we guess there is an OS reorder the packet. It must be like that. So we put a sniffer on the router to monitor the traffic from Mac and Ubuntu. And because the AF packet is not affected by any firewall chance, the result should be reliable. But let's just look the same. The last result could be that I have to go to Toronto in person along with my laptop, but we can't leave it like that. Who knows if this bug will suddenly happen against during the contest, even on Mac OS, right? Eventually, we found the problem. It's all about speed. The gap looks tiny, and you may never notice that on Wireshark. But the difference between them is actually 390 times. The problem is not on Ubuntu. It's just because the Mac sent two packages too quickly, caused some rest condition. And we didn't actually calculate how many bytes we need. We just put some garbage and do some pattern matching, just like everyone does. So we fixed that, and we got some, and the probability of success is almost 100%. Okay, now the problem is, where's the rest condition? Maybe we can use this bug to for another entry of the Pong2On event. Then we got more money, right? The problem is, the RADVD is only one thread. How could there be a rest condition? I didn't mention that while the RADVD parsing the incoming packet, the DNS address are stored in a vector. But somehow, the handler passed a DNS tree to the addDNS function. What's the relationship of these two members? It's actually about why we can't find whether the callback function multicasts the RA when it receives an RA packet. Let's look closely at the callback function. There is an array responsible for storing something called a remote object. Then it looks straightforward. Just enter the new DNS vector and do MVRODNS on each of them, and append result to the DNS remote object vector. So what is the remote object? The remote object is a mechanism to store common resource in the process, and the other process can access them via ID. For example, a DNS remote object is stored in the handler 2 of the resolver, and the RADVD only preserves the ID of object in handler 1. Now, let's talk about the subscription in the Nova binary. The binary IP pool 6 is responsible, for example, the binary IP pool 6 is responsible for managing the IPv6 address pool. The DHCP subscribes to it so that the DHCP can react to the change. It's done by sending subscribe Nova message. And the sys notify CMD can specify which command you want to subscribe. For example, the hex FEOOB means notification. So if there is another binary, try to add an object to the handler 1 of the IP pool 6 by sending a Nova message. The 8th object of handler 1 will be executed. In the most case, the 8th object will call send notifies to notify subscribers who subscribe to hex FEOOB to inform them that the IP pool 6 has changed. So when the RADVD receives RA from the upstream of the router, like the corner, right? To create equals RODNS to create DNS remote object for each IPv6 addresses in the RDNSS of RA. The command 8 object of handler 4 is right-hand side. In the resolver, is responsible for such request and will add the IPv6 object into the handler 2. Also, because the handler 1 of RADVD subscribes to the resolver's handler 2, the handler 2 will notify it with every DNS addresses it has now. So the handler 1 constructs the RA for LAN with these DNS addresses and broadcast them. The problem is in the implementation of RODNS. The send Nova message by post message, which is non-blocking. It means the remote object won't get the object ID immediately. So if we send request too fast, the second RA arrives before the RADVD get the object ID of the old remote object. The RADVD can only soft delete those old objects rather than really delete them. They cause the rest condition. This is what happens if we follow them step by step. Because both processes are single thread, let's assume they are in the first loop of the looper, while the RADVD receives the first RA from WAN with one DNS address. The RADVD creates a remote object in the resolver by sending a Nova message. And the resolver will set up a timer after receiving a first request because it cannot tell how many aiding operations should be grouped. So it just set a timer and send only one notification when time is up. Apart from notification, resolver should send a response back to tell the RADVD the object ID of the remote object it just asked for. Here, it should send back the object ID it asked for. But if we send the second RA quickly before the resolver sends the object ID back, the RADVD can only mark the old DNS remote object as destroyed, that is, soft delete. Then keep going to creating the DNS remote object for RDNSS in the second RA. That will send a request to the resolver, but as I say, we send the second RA too quickly. The resolver is still in the first loop, which try to send the object ID it created in the first loop back to RADVD. So our request will stay in the socket. Then keep going. Sorry. Now the resolver sends the object ID back. The response handler, a callback register by the first request, will handle the response. The handler will find out the object has already been marked as soft delete, so it won't update the object ID. Rather, it will post another request to the resolver to delete that object. The request will be processed in the third loop of the resolver after the request of creating the DNS remote object for the second RA. In the second loop of the resolver, it processes the creation request with the DNS address from the second RA and responds with object ID. So, now time's up. Okay, the timer of the resolver thinks a group of aiding operations should have been done. And it's time to notify everyone what DNS address he has now. And because the handler 1 of RA DVD subscribes to the handler 2 of the resolver, it receives the DNS address in the Nova message, then broadcasts them in the LAN. At the moment, the result of 2 requests is missing. That's why our first version of exploit can only work on Mac OS, because we trigger the rest condition. It mixes the result of 2 requests into 1. So the pattern of the rest condition in remote object is as following. First is it uses non-blocking method to create delete remote object, and the target process subscribes to the remote object. Then we can mix the result of 2 requests into 1. That may make us bypass some check in binary, so we try to find another vulnerability with this pattern, so we could register the LAN category of the router in Pong2On to earn more money and points. But we ran out of time and did not manage to find other vulnerability to exploit the LAN side of the router OS. At least, we are the first team to exploit the Soho Smash Up. There are actually one team before us to exploit the Soho Smash Up, but they failed. We succeed, yeah. And we also won the title of the Master of Pong. So let's go to summary. Summary. MikroTik re-implemented everything with its own design IPC. So the business logic is scattered all over to to find the critical code for reversing, you have to have an abstract concept of Nova binary. And there is a Pre-Auth RCE on WAN that exists for 9 years. Also, we introduced a pattern of race condition in remote object due to non-blocking method to you. So if you want to participate in this year's Pong2On event, you may try this direction. And the last thing, we drop tools we use in we will drop tools that we use in Pong2On event to erase the work to reversing the router OS at GitHub, and we will do that. Okay, so I think reversing something is very critical to find such bug, especially when there's a lot of work already against this target. But by reversing, you always got the raw data, and you know where to look rather than other people to find the hiding bug. So today, this is my talk today. And any question?
Question? No?
No question?
Okay.
So thank you for the talk. It was very nice, and I learned lots about router OS from your talk, so great. I had just one question. Did you use a jailbreak version of router OS while doing your research, so you could also debug what's happening, or did you just went pure reverse engineering and like trying to guess what was happening and crafting your exploit out of like no debugging environments?
While finding the exploit, while finding the vulnerability, we do statically reversing. But after that, we do dynamic debugging by using the bug from the pulling the MikroTik into line blind from the, what's that? I forgot the name of the company. But yes, margin research.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you.
Yay.
Thank you again. So our next speaker, so please just take a seat if you are, and just if you need to talk, move a little bit in the hall so that there is not too much noise. So next speaker, Alessandro Magnosi, is a cybersecurity consultant with many years of experience. He is part of the security testing team at BSI, which is the UK national standards body. On top of his normal work, he works as an independent researcher and OS developer for Porchetta Industries. His talk is The Bright Side of the Moon, exploring novel techniques for bypassing cold stack analysis. And so, I think they're changing the computer. Everything fine? Almost? A few. Windows updating, okay. All right. Ready? Okay, thank you. Alessandro Magnosi again, thank you.
Perfect. Doesn't present. All right. Great. Thanks a lot for attending. So in my talk, The Bright Side of the Moon, we will explore novel techniques for bypassing cold stack analysis. I mean, I've been already presented, so I think we can skip this. Just if you want to get in touch after the talk, I go as klezVirus on Twitter and GitHub, and I'm on all social networks as Alessandro Magnosi. So you can, if you want to hit me up, please do it. So for today, I'm gonna just introduce the concept of stack spoofing, and I will give you some definition about the topic and some related Windows internals. After that, we will explore already present techniques for stack spoofing in practice, and then we will explore our novel technique that we called stack moonwalking. Of course, this is the theme for this event is attack and defense. So we will also provide you with some engineering detection, some detection engineering around this technique, and then I will leave you with some unanswered question and where you can find them, and also future research avenues. So let's start. Why thread called stack spoofing? Of course, on Windows, when you start the program, you automatically create a process which acts as a container, and then one or more threads are actually tasked with executing your main code, the main code of your executable. Now, every thread maintains a stack, which is memory location, which maintains the information about all active subroutines in a given thread in a given time. Now you can imagine the cold stack as this. And every frame in this cold stack is describing a function and contains the local variables, the context, and other space, and the space that is needed for the function to execute correctly. Now, for spoofing instead, what we mean is that we will tamper with this cold stack, and we will replace the frames in a malicious way, usually to bypass some sort of detection. There is no legitimate use case for stack spoofing whatsoever.
So these are 4 examples of call stacks, and as you can see, there are some similarities. In Windows, you may have like 2 main categories of threads that are loading something, and they will start with LDRP load DLL, or you can have executing threads, and executing threads usually have these 2 frames in common, which are the thread. I will refer to these 2 frames as thread initialization frames, and those are the RTL user threads start and base thread init tank. After that, you can see that there are some frames associated with the program you're actually running, and above those, there are the frames that are actually executing Windows APIs, which are APIs exposed by the Windows operating system itself. Now, the call stack, of course, is dynamic in nature. So how do you calculate it? So in Windows, I mean, if you remember how it was working, if you are aware about the Intel 86 architecture, you know that in 32-bit you had a specific prologue for functions that was literally just pushing the base pointer and then moving the stack pointer to the base point and allocating an additional stack frame. Now, this, in a nutshell, how this was working is that every time in the context of a thread, there was the EBP pointer and the ESP pointer, and they were referring to the base of the frame and the end of the frame. And so you could literally, at any point in time, you could literally just refer to the start of the frame, move the ESP back to the start of the frame, then pop back the EBP, and do it again and again till the bottom of the stack. And this is like what we say following the EBP chain till the bottom of the stack. In 64-bit, specifically Windows 64-bit architecture, we have RBP and RSP now, but RBP is a general purpose register. We don't have it anymore referring to the base as a base. It's no longer a base pointer, and it doesn't refer to the base of a stack frame. So RSP is the main register used both as a base pointer and a stack pointer. Now you may wonder, how do I maintain the location of the previous base pointer or the previous frame? So this is achieved instead of using the start and the end of the frame, we will use the RSP to refer to the end of the frame, and then we will dynamically calculate the sides of a stack frame. So in order to do this, of course, RSP needs to stay static for all function execution. Indeed, in Windows 64, RSP needs to be static for all a function execution, throughout all a function execution. The only place in a function that RSP can be changed is the prologue, and this is actually used for calculating the stack size. How? So when you compile a binary on Windows 64-bit, all the information about what is done within all prologue of any function is stored in the pdata section of the binary. In the pdata section, there is this exception directory, which is a table with all these runtime function objects. And these runtime function objects contains the information that is mainly useful for exception handling. I'm not going into the exception handler of Windows because it's overkill, but what we need to know for calculating the stack is that the runtime function contains the an unwind info structure, the unwind data, that contains an unwind code array, and in this unwind code array there is registered all the operations that are performed within a prologue. Now, probably you understand where this is going. So while if I loop through all these operations, I can find dynamically all the operations that are performing, that are modifying RSP in a certain way, and there are like these operations like push non-volatile register or alloc small or alloc large are mainly used for modifying RSP, and by just calculating the stack size, of course, a push non-vol will modify RSP by 8, an alloc small of a small portion, an alloc large based on, of course, of a larger allocation. And calculating all this modification, I can dynamically find the stack frame size. Now, once I have RSP and the stack frame size, I can just roll back and understand where the return pointer is and everything else, and do it for all function in the call stack. Now, why do we care? We do care because when we execute malware on Windows, we can create anomalies that can lead to a detection. So in particular, we are concerned with in-memory execution, so reflective loading, and indirect system call invocation. So in memory execution, so reflective loading, what we have usually, if we consider the basic case, when we allocate something on the heap, we mark it as, we write on it and then we mark it as executable, and we execute from the heap, we will actually end up with a non-resolvable stack frame. Now, you may easily understand why it's not resolvable. As I said, to calculate the every stack frame, you need to use the information contained in the P data section of a binary. Because this code was allocated dynamically, there is no P data section, there is no exception information, it's not possible to resolve it. And this is, of course, an anomaly. If you call RTL virtual unwind on this, it will not unwind back to the bottom, and it will be a source of detection. If you think that using module stomping or function stomping will actually help, well, you're half mistaken, just because if you overwrite even a DLL, so you have a file, you are backed by a file in memory, you will still produce a call stack which is abruptly, is missing the thread initialization frames. This, of course, also can lead to a detection. Like if I can even automate this. If I call a function and the stack is not unwinding, I can dump the last symbol, I can check the DLL, and then I can do a match between the text section on disk and the text section in memory, and I will understand that you performed module stomping. So it's not saving you. For indirect system call invocation instead, if you call a Windows, usually normal programs don't use NT API or indirect system call, of course. They use standard Windows APIs. And you can see that if you allocate memory using the kernel2 exported function, you have a stack which is step into kernel base, of course, which contains the real implementation of the function exported by kernel32. If you're using an NT API or you're jumping, you're doing something that is known also as tunneling back in the day. So you're trying to locate the interrupt, the syscall instruction in NTDLL, and you jump into it, you will produce this, which is easily detectable, of course, as well. Now, detection timings. When should I go and detect this stuff? Well, there are three main things. Three main types of detection, three main timings when I can do this kind of detection. Periodic and conditional are pretty much the same. I scan the system every T seconds. I stop every thread in the system. I dump their context. I read their stack, and I see if there is something going on. The conditional is a bit less impactful on the system, just because I just select threads that are already suspended or that are in a specific wait state. And the usually delay execution and user requested wait state are the one we are actually interested in. But the best way probably is via hooking. So you can dump it through like placing a hook in a DLL or using kernel tracing, which is way better, usually in correspondence with, for example, an ETW event. You can dump the stack and check who performed the call and how. Is this implemented in real life? Well, probably the best implementation of this kind of detection is implemented by Elastic, which is doing great work. And they released a blog post like a few days ago, probably 2 days ago. And they released this blog post, and they implemented all this kind of call stack enriched analysis, where they check the call stack, and they can identify a lot of stuff. From suspicious process creation via reflection to suspicious remote registry modification, and this is all enriched and possible just for call stack analysis. Now, the technique that we presented, it was probably developed start of the year, and like just seeing, I mean, this is very practical consideration, but just seeing the implementation of this detection, we can be sure that this already bypasses these detections. Oops. So, and the reason is our technique is particularly indicated where the detection is mostly based on caller identification. For example, we can't do nothing about direct syscall via assembly bytes because of course, you're just looking at the call site and you're exploring if there is a syscall instruction embedded in your payload. This is not possible. It doesn't matter how you call call the syscall, because you're embedding your syscall instruction in your executable. So we can do much about that. Or, for example, evasion via LDRP kernel 32 is something we can do nothing about, because it depends on the loaded DLL and not really on what we are doing from the main thread. So previously, stack spoofing was something created to protect a beacon or an implant or a malware while sleeping. A lot of the previous research is actually based on this. And stack truncation, return address spoofing, version 0.9, because it's a bit worse. Stack cloning and stack hiding are mainly this category of protection. Stack crafting is the only POC by William Burgess that try to bypass a specific kind of rule-based detection using Sysmon in order to open an handle to LSAS and dump it, if I recall correctly. So stack truncation is very easy as a technique. So what you do is, because you have something executing from the heap and you have this garbage in the stack, you try to solve the problem by locating a trampoline somewhere in a DLL or in your own executable, and you override the return address so that now you have a call stack that apparently has been called legitimately. Then you zero out whatever is after that, so that the stack is cut, but at least doesn't show any anomaly. And what you end up with is something like this. So instead of having this, you have something like this. So this is a screen from Thread Stack Spoofer by Marius Manak. And this is the trampoline he chose to put in his own executable. I would recommend using a DLL instead of your own executable. But the technique is pretty much the same. If you want to know more, you can refer to Namazo POC return address spoofer on unknown cheats. Stack crafting is the POC from William Burgess that is trying to bypass Sysmon-based detection. And the idea is kind of simple. I want to execute something, so I will have something else calling the same function I want to call. So I stay on my system, I dump all the call to that specific function, I record the call stack, and then when I want to call the function, I just replicate the same exact call stack, crafting it artificially while I'm creating a new thread. This works, but it doesn't scale at all, because every time you want to execute something is not version compatible. You have problem of different builds in Windows. It just doesn't scale. You can have differences in stack frame size and stuff like that. Then there is stack cloning. Stack cloning was firstly implemented probably in Foliage by Austin Hudson, and stack cloning is a way to protect your beacon from sleep as well. Is implemented in Ace Loader as well, and in Titan Loader, and probably something else. And the concept is kind of easy. Like, I know that I want to sleep with my beacon. I need to protect it while it's sleeping. So I know that it will end up, if I use a sleep, it will end up in delay execution. If I use a wait for single object, it will end up in a user requested wait state. I just search for a thread that is waiting in the same state I want to end up. So I search for this thread, and then I clone its stack. I go to sleep, then I need to use a technique which is in Foliage is APC queues. In another loader, I don't remember if Titan or in Nighthawk, is implemented using timers. But the concept is literally that. Stack hiding is sort of an evolution. Instead of using APC queues or threads, why not fibers, right? So the advantage of fibers in Windows, like, we don't really have fibers, we have thread fibers. They are called thread fibers for a reason. When a fiber is active, you can have just one active fiber in Windows per thread. And when the fiber is active, the thread practically have the same stack of the fiber. You can have more than one fiber as long as they are not active in a specific thread, and they all have a separate stack, separate variable, separate user workspace. Now, when I have my evil fiber in memory. When I want to sleep, I just create another fiber and switch execution to the other fiber. And my stack is clean now. And then when I want to go back, I just do the same, switch to fiber, and I'm again executing malicious code. And then say, and the process is repeated. Now, as you can see here, the stack, if you notice the address, the stack for the two fibers are completely different memory allocations. And now one, we have the malicious fiber, and there is also this stigma of the unresolvable frame, and while we have the sleep fiber, which is fine. Now, what is our approach? So our approach is a bit different from what we discussed so far. And it was designed to completely hide the caller from the cold stack. It's been designed to obfuscate the cold stack so that the function, the frames that are chosen every time are different, so you can't really understand what is happening. And it's designed to auto-restore, meaning that you don't need an external mechanism to restore the stack after you finish execution. So you don't have timers, you don't have APC queues, you don't have external threads waiting, and you don't have fibers. So how this will work? Now, I just want to digress a bit, not really digress, just remember you that I told that RSP is illegal to change in the body of a function in Windows. So this is true, except that when it's not true. So when you have a dynamic allocation in the stack, allocate style, you are allowed to modify RSP, but you need to save it before. And so you literally restore the original function of the base pointer, and this happens when you find a setfpreg. So setfpreg is an operation that pushes RSP, saves RSP into RBP, making RBP again the base pointer of the current frame. Now, this is interesting because this is needed because when I'm doing a dynamic allocation in the stack, it's like I'm creating a new frame, an inner frame. Now, RSP is needed to be the new stack pointer, base pointer of the inner frame. So this is why I need to restore the original base pointer. But now we have a chance. When this is true, and I have this function, so this setfpreg is this, it's literally this function, just it gets propagated to the exception information. We don't care about this. So once this is true, now our RBP will contain the information related to the previous frame. So literally, the way the unwinder of Windows will understand where is the outer frame is thanks to RBP. So this gives us a chance. If we can push RBP on the stack and modify its value, this value will be used for calculating the outer frame. And so I can literally put whatever arbitrary value I want, and the stack will calculate it using that. So if I use just these two frames, I can arbitrarily change an arbitrary chunk of the cold stack. Of course, on return, if I just use these two frames, on return I will break the program, because imagine that I put something else here, even the thread initialization frame. Now, when I return back from the target function, I hit this, and then I don't return to the main module, which is my code. I will return to the base thread init tank, and we'll crash the program. So we need a way to also restore the stack after we did this. And so we use this, what we call the synchronization frame. We chose a job gadget. It's not required to have a job gadget. It's literally our choosing because it was convenient. Jump RBX is encoded in 2 bytes, so it's very convenient when you're trying to locate a gadget. But you can, whatever it is, if you want a push ret, if you want a jump, if you want a call, because RBX is completely under your control. So whatever you want to call, cop, job, ROP, you can use it. Now, these 3 are the technique. So with these 3, you can implement the technique. But because it's a bit too obvious what we're doing by using this job gadget here, we also decided to introduce a conceal frame just to conceal the fact that we are doing this. So the conceal frame is literally an aesthetic function, and you can use an arbitrary number of conceal frame either here and before the jump, before the desync gadget. This means that you can create this kind of frames in a variadic fashion. You can create whatever you like, practically, whatever combination you like. Of course, always remember that the stack size is limited, so you can overflow your stack after a while. So just think about that. Now, on return, what happens? The main module is completely hidden now. On return, I just hit the RDRSP-X, which is a stack pivot. I go to the jump RBX. RBX will contain a function that I previously, of course, implemented, and it will just remove all these frames and restore the original return address here so that the execution doesn't crash. So literally, this is the technique. And in terms of how the call stack look like, well, the call stack is unwindable to the bottom because in RBP we placed a reference to base thread init tag. Very easy. So these are the 4 frames selected by the technique, and these are exactly what we want to check if we want to detect this technique in action. So how do we detect this? Can we detect this? Well, you can see. Let's look at this again. So we have set thread stack guarantee, and then we have discard virtual memory, which is already kind of strange function. And then we have perf query instance. It doesn't make any sense. So logically, the frames are unwindable, of course, but the frames selected are not necessarily logically valid. So how can we use this information to hunt for this technique? Well, we can just look at the bytes, the instruction, prior the return address of a frame. So if you understand how the call stack is created, every time I do a call, I allocate a frame in the called function, in the callee. So what I expect when I look back is to find a call that justifies the creation of the next frame. Instead, I find this, which is nowhere near a call, and this is bad, right? So this is exactly how you hunt for this technique. What we would expect to find as the instruction before the return address of a frame is one of this. So we can call, we can perform a long call, a far call, a near call, or a call to a register, or a relative call, or a system call. But that's it. So if I find if I take the return address and I subtract 7, 6, 5, or 3, 2, I expect one of these byte patterns. If there is not, if I find something that is not one of these byte patterns, there is something wrong. So we can develop an algorithm, a full algorithm this time, and I can go and check for. I'll just go through all the stack frames, and I will just check the previous call instruction. Now, if there is a non-resolvable frame, I detected the reflection. If there is a desync gadget at the return address, then it's stack walking. If I don't find a call as the previous instruction, there is a call mismatch. And in case you can create something better, like in case you can create a pattern with a call and a jump, what happens? Well, I'll have to check the address that you called. Because if by mistake you manage to create a fully legitimate chain, I can still check the address that you're calling to ensure that that address is a pointer to the next function. And like this, we have discrete success, I would say, against this technique. So this is the technique in running. We have our stack, which is fully unwindable, but we can see that it detected already something, and it's observing some byte patterns that is not expected, and it can identify that something wrong is happening. Of course, there is something that we place directly in the POC, unless it's a JIT process. So there are some false positives. Now, there are not many, but there are some false positives. So if you look, for example, at this This is WinDebug. But there are like, if you debug the SIGWIN, no, sorry, not if you debug. If you inspect the SIGWIN DLL, if you inspect other kind of JIT processes or other processes, you will find that there are always anomalies. And we tested the Eclipse algorithm in a lot of circumstances in various Windows builds. And there is also, I mean, I would like you to focus on the false positive rate. It's not great, it's not massive, but there is still a chance for an attacker to just use, I mean, JIT processes have been historically abused because they contain RWX section by default. The CLR really does some crazy stuff in it, so it's really common to be abused, and this is another kind of proof that JIT processes are bad. Because they gave us another opportunity to blend in with the noise. Now, I don't know how I managed to be so fast today. So towards the future. So I want just to give you some additional research avenues. And before doing this, I will just give you the key takeaway of this presentation. And of course, the public POC is available here. You will find some update very soon because we need to upload the clips and other material. This POC, of course, as I said, is designed to obfuscate the stack at runtime. While you're obfuscating the stack while sleeping, I would recommend to use probably another kind of technique like stack cloning or stack hiding. Why? Because the more you are executing this, the more you are keeping the stack with the 4 malicious frame there, the more you give a chance to an hunter to actually go there and understand that something dodgy is going on. As I said, it is possible to use a lot of different techniques like JOP, COP, and drop gadgets. You're not really forced to use the JOP, the desynchronization technique, as we actually implemented through the jump RBX. And it is possible to create arbitrary length chains, of course. And it is difficult, but not impossible, to create completely valid cold stack. So in Windows, there are certain patterns that are difficult to find. You probably need to search all the System32 DLL list, but there are patterns that actually contain call and jump one after the other. Now, a closer inspection may leak that you're doing something dodgy, but they may be useful for evading automatic detection. There are some unanswered questions, of course, in this call. And for example, I didn't show you how you can implement this technique. I mean, this is cool as a POC, but can I implement it in my own implant? Or it is possible to integrate this POC with, for example, sleep encryption, which is another topic that is fancy and trending. But it's also very important to maintain stealth during sleep times. It is possible to bypass Eclipse. And what about Intel Chat? Like, it's something like the technique is dead after Intel Chat, or we can do something about it. So if you are interested in these topics, I don't know, how many of you are coming to NOET this year? 1. That's great. So we will talk, there is another part of this talk which is we will be held at NOET, and we will discuss more about the deeper implementation of this technique. We will present another technique which is designed to obfuscate forward, and it's a forward obfuscation of the cold stack, and then we will present another technique that is meant to go backward. So it's not full moon, but it comes close to that. I want to leave you with a sneak peek about how it's possible. I mean, a lot of people have said you can't implement gargoyle with stack moonwalking, because gargoyle is the problem of encrypting what you're executing. So you need to have an offload mechanism to decrypt after you come back from the sleep. So this is just a little video. So just a spoiler, and for Sleeping Beacon, it's a modified version that I modified to check the cold stack even in user-requested wait state, because usually it doesn't do it. And so what you can see is that this is a PowerShell script just to automate. So we start an @sh, and we are doing vanilla process injection. So I'm injecting on the hip. So what you would expect is to find the stigma, malicious frame, right? It's clean. All the scans are clean. PSIV, Moneta, and for sleeping beacon are clean. But if you look at this, you will find the message box, the 4 frames selected by Salem Muwok, and the technique just went through. So it is possible to implement gargoyle even when you're spoofing the stack this way. It's just a bit creative, I would say. But that's it. And this is I mean, honestly, we're lucky because I will send you to lunch early. It's, yeah, seems like great outcome in the end. So thanks a lot. This was the talk.
Questions? No? Okay, so...
We're all angry.
Yeah, it's bad timing. No, thanks again, Alessandro. And so now we have lunch, and we are here back at 2:30. 2:30 we start again. So have lunch, have fun.
We will start in 5 minutes. Please take your seat. Minutes.
Okay. Sì. Okay. So please have a seat and welcome back. So our next speakers are Rajanish Pathak and Hardik Mehta. They are two security researchers working on application security across South Asian and Middle Eastern countries. And their talk today is about a critical security vulnerability that has been discovered in the voice over LTE interface of iOS devices, including iPhones and Apple Watches, that has been reported to Apple and fixed. So again, their talk is hacking into the iOS VOLTE implementation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for such a nice introduction, and welcome back from the break. I hope you guys had some refreshments while you were away. Okay, so we'll be speaking about one of the issues that we identified on iOS devices, which is not limited to only iPhones, but also impacted on iWatch, as well as the iPad devices. So wherever Apple utilized their modems, the cellular libraries, all those devices were impacted because of this issue. So just a quick introduction about us. I'm Hardik, and I'm with me Rajanish Pathak. We both have been doing security since a while now, and my focus is primarily on telecom security or communication security per se. Okay. Yeah. So in this talk, we'll cover high level on telecom infrastructure and what is used to serve voice over LTE, right? What are the components which go into the infrastructure. Look at several services, attack surfaces that impact that particular infrastructure and how an end user is affected because of it. We will see our setup on how we simulate that environment and how we reproduce this particular issue, followed by the attack POC, and then Rajanish will take over and show you what happened, why it happened, and know about timelines, because Apple usually a lot of time in remediating such issues, and for us it took more than a year to help them and in remediating this and ensuring that it has been published for everyone, and then we can have like a quick Q&A around it. All right, so when in this presentation, we would be using a lot of these terms which are around telecom infrastructure, right? First is RAN, which is Radio Access Network, and these are like the base stations that you see around physical towers that you see around. So radio access networks are to provide service on the device, followed by EPC, which is the core infrastructure when it comes to a 4G network, and also for a 5G non-standalone infrastructure. And so this particular network caters to managing the data traffic authentication and mobility of a particular subscriber. HSS is a subscriber server, which is prominently like a centralized database for all the subscriber information, including their location and which tower they are connected to, and what set of features are available for these subscribers. MME is mobility management, whenever you receive a call or when you are trying to authenticate with the network for the first time, MME is the one that connects you and gets you authenticated with the database saying that you are a valid subscriber and you can connect with the infrastructure and utilize the services.
SG gateway is the serving gateway. The primary function of this particular component is to route and forward the traffic, right? So once you're authenticated, authorized, it will forward your traffic. It will send it to packet gateway, which is when you have an established internet connection. So when you browse through the internet, packet gateway is responsible to ensure that your traffic goes out on the internet and you are receiving the data from it. And this is applicable even when you are out there on international roaming or when you are visiting to different countries within the EU, within the region or elsewhere. IMS is the component which supports voice over LTE. So I've done some reading before I came in, and apparently in Italy there are only 2 networks that support voice over LTE. One is TIM, and another one is Vodafone, right? And now I think a lot of operators are evaluating options to have voice over LTE service for even roaming subscribers. So when you are international roaming, you can still utilize it. So IMS is the component which is solely responsible for catering voice over LTE. And CSCF are different functions within IMS components. So you have PCSCF, ICSCF, and SCSCF. We'll go into more details when we look at the infrastructure on how it looks like. So yeah, this is a very high level of how the voice over, how the LTE and 5G architecture looks like. This is a non-standalone architecture of a 5G deployment, wherein the only thing that changes is from E node B, and 5G you end up using G node B, which is to cater to 5G specific bands, right? But the core infrastructure still remains the same. Once you turn on your device, it gets connected with the specific band on the RAN infrastructure, and then it goes to MME for authentication. MME will look it up in the HSS and tell you that yes, this is a valid user, and challenge is requested. Connection is established, and once you request for internet services like 3G, 4G, that is when SG gateway is reached out, and finally the network is established using a packet geteway. And here IMS is part of the IP services. So you'll probably see, if you have seen your APN configuration on your phone, which is part of your cellular network settings on the device, you'll probably see 2 or 3 APN settings there. One would be for internet, one would be for IMS, and the third one probably maybe for MMS services. And these APN settings are based on what is configured on the PDN gateway. So this mostly acts like a DNS server to route your traffic to specific locations. So if you are making a call, it goes with the IMS domain information, and that's when the call is routed to the IMS platform. Okay, and within the IMS platform, there are 3 core components that we look at. So once the connection is established, there is a tunnel, IPsec tunnel from the user device to the PCSCF. So PCSCF is the proxy node. You may relate this to an IP PBX environment or an SBC node, which is also used as a firewall. So first point of contact for any user equipment connected with voice over LTE infrastructure would be connected with PCSCF first, and then the authentication authorization will happen with ICSCF, and SCSCF will fulfill that particular connection. And while all this is happening, EPC, which is the Evolve packet core here, the core infrastructure, goes into backends since the IPsec tunnel is already established, so it's only acting as the transport layer here. Okay, the few protocols which are used in voice over LTE, primarily it is SIP, SDP, RDP, and RTCP. So mostly when we do security assessments for a telecom infrastructure, we look at signaling protocols like SS7, diameter, and GTP, right? But we forget to evaluate SIP since it is directly impacting the end user. SIP protocol connects from the user equipment to the core, so it directly has that access to the core, and it is not that difficult to have that connection established. You just need a SIM card and a voice and a device which has that interface active, right? That's it. You just need a SIM card. And SDP is where the media content, multimedia is negotiated, and both the entities, they negotiate to use a single configuration, and then the session is established. RTP is to fulfill the media traffic, and RTCP will control or monitor the media traffic. The registration flow. So as I said, the device will send across a registration packet for the IMS registration. So there are two modes on the device. One is the 4G network, and then you have another option to enable voice over LTE. The moment you enable voice over LTE, the registration packet is sent to PCSCF, which then forwards it to interrogation, which is ICSCF, and ICSCF will check with the HSS, which is the database, saying that whether this user is an authentic user or whether this user can get this service. And once it says yes, it's a valid user, but it is not authenticated or authorized yet, and then that request is forwarded with 401, and a challenge is sent to the client. The challenge is processed, and response is again sent in the same flow, and finally the response is accepted and the connection is established. The moment the connection is established, that is when the tunnel is in place, and later on all the calls that will go through within this tunnel. Several issues that we have commonly noticed in a voice over LTE infrastructure, wherein once the device has an active connection with PCS-CF, you can enumerate all the core components of the IMS infrastructure, and you can get information about their about these components, and even you can try to access these components. A lot of time, the management console of these components are available to end user if there is no segregation between control plane and user plane, right? And you could send registration packets, invite packets to the proxy node directly, which will cater to your request if it is not configured properly. And since it acts similar to a PBX environment, your call will just go through without being logged in the operator's network. Then there is a use case wherein you try to reach out other subscribers who are connected on the network, right? And that is what we did. We tried to look for other subscribers who were connected on the same infrastructure to the same IMS network. And to some level, we did get success. And that is when we identified that there is this issue with the iOS devices, wherein they do not, once the tunnel is established, they do not terminate the default port, which ideally was still open, and we could send interrogation messages to this particular service on iOS devices. And that led to disclosure of various information about the subscriber, including. So we wanted to replicate this in our lab environment and see what are the different behavior of the device when we do that. And for this particular setup, we used Open5GS with Chameleon. So Chameleon is helping us simulate an IMS component, IMS environment. And Open5GS is to provide us with 4G and 5G network. USRP is to emulate eNodeB and Blade. USRP was used for the gNodeB, and Blade RF we are using it for to set up an eNodeB infra. We use few test SIM cards and target iPhone. And the attack was done using an Android device, which, by the way, which does not have capability to get latched on a voice over LTE network. It is pure for LTE network without that capability. But since we are using only the IMS APN, and since we were able to reroute our traffic to that particular infrastructure, we could utilize this particular device. And the routing was done using some routing rules through IP table and socket rules. A quick POC of what really happened. Click. Okay. And we thought live demonstration would be an issue. The video. Yeah.
It's a video?
Yeah.
Sorry. Have you got the video? Just the video?
Is it connected to the internet? Just check internet. But yeah.
Okay. Right.
Oh, finally. Okay. So here what is happening is the Android device is connected with our attacking system, right? And the traffic from the system is routed through the Android device, and it is going to the IMS network. We'll see what kind of information is coming up. So here we are trying to send spoof call on the iOS device, and you could imagine like you could just make spoof calls to like all the iOS devices which are connected on the voice over LTE infrastructure across the country. So creating like probably a national security concern when you just trigger those many requests within seconds. So within seconds, you can send across like 500,000 requests, and all of a sudden at midnight, all the devices start ringing with anybody's number on it, right? And so the setup was done with the UAE identification numbers. That is why you see UAE here. But otherwise, you could just chain the MNC and MCC on your network configuration, and it will reflect you on the device. So yeah, so you end up making spoof calls. Apart from that, another interesting fact is you also see that the interface which is active on the device, as well as you end up seeing the user agent which is being there. So this is this is nothing but the iOS version on that device, right? And using this information, you could chain this with another attack altogether, and that way you can profile the subscriber and change several attacks in order to perform more targeted attack on a person of interest or entity of interest, right? So yeah, when you try to replicate this on a production environment, on say a public networks, you end up seeing all the users having iOS devices which have version less than 15 and version detail as well as their phone numbers, locations, and everything. I'll ask Rajanish to fill in more information on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Hardik, for all your valuable insights around the telecom infrastructure. Because to understand this issue, first we have to understand what is exactly happening in the telecom infrastructure. And the telecom infrastructure is very complex, as you guys already saw it. And then we are attacking an end user's phone, which is on the other side of the infrastructure. So just to give you a good overview, Hardik did a really great job there. So as you can see in the screenshot, you see a lot of devices. We ended up seeing 1 million of devices, and this is what basically caught our interest. And before going on to what the exact issue was, I would like to tell you the impact of this issue. So the issue basically would allow an attacker on a telecom network to enumerate all the devices, iOS devices specifically, and launch a targeted attack. So as Hardik mentioned, that profiling is a very important aspect of doing a targeted attack, because you need to know what your target is, using the exact version of the software that he's using and the exact version of the patch that he's applied. So this attack helps in profiling the target and launch a targeted attacks. Then there is a lot of PII information that is disclosed. When we interrogate the device, end user device, there's a lot of PII information that comes out, which reveals the location, the phone numbers, the MSSIDN, and much more details of the devices. Then, as we showed in our POC, that we were able to initiate a call from number 100. So 100 is a number that belongs to police. So we were able to do spoof calls on an end user's device. So suppose everyone's sitting in this room, and suddenly we get everyone's phone start ringing. So this would create a state of havoc. And again, as Hardik mentioned, that it would be a national emergency if everyone's iPhones just start ringing in the middle of the night. And yes, DOS is another thing that the successful execution of an attack can cause. So if somebody is constantly sending packets on your phone, if a valid person is trying to reach you, they won't be able to reach you. And that is how we could basically crash the telephony interface of your iPhones. And yeah, for example, because we're initiating so many requests coming out of the attacker device, it would also cause a state of network congestion, wherein the underlying telecom network won't be able to sustain that amount of traffic and would fail. And further, we can also go ahead and look at the SIP components and interrogate it. So that is the next thing that we could do. So now we know what happened with the video. We know what are the impacts, but the thing that we would like to know is what happened, why it happened, and how it happened. Because that is the most interesting part, and I am sure everyone here is here for that reason. So let's dive into it. So when we started identifying leak on an iOS device, we wanted to understand how an iOS device works when you register it on the network. So as you can see here in this first screenshot, and also if you recall the IMS registration flow explained by Hardik, you would understand that, first, as soon as the device wants to register itself to the IMS, there is an unauthenticated request that goes to the PCSCF. So as soon as you turn off your airplane mode or switch on your iPhone, and it is a VoLTE-enabled iPhone for sure, interface that is called PDP_IP1 is opened, and that is responsible for initiating the registration process. So once the airplane mode is turned off, PDP-IP1 is brought up, security policies are updated on that, and IP assignment is taken place. So IP assignment takes place with the help of a carrier-grade NAT that is part of your telecom infrastructure. And this is done utilizing the port number 5060. Please keep in mind the port number 5060 because it's the most important aspect of this entire attack. So as you can see, the interface is brought up, and IMS registration flow is initiated by the device, that is the iPhone that you have, with the IMS in the background. So it is done utilizing the port 5060. And the library responsible, or the entire package that is responsible for doing all this, is called ComCenter, and there is a library that does work with all the telephony component, is known as libIP-telephony on iOS devices. So that was the library that was vulnerable, and that allowed us to execute our attack. So as the registration process takes place, initially an unauthenticated register package is sent to your PCSCF. That again sends to ICSCF, and it polls with the home server. Home server says, okay, it's a valid user, but unauthenticated. So the process is repeated with a nonce. So nonce is something that is saved inside your SIM, a known secret would say. And this is also present in the HSS. That is the database that we are talking about, part of the IMS core infrastructure. So an authenticated flow takes place, and the device gets registered itself on the telecom network. So here you can see we've basically attached a debugger to the library itself, and we could see the phone. This is the screenshot from an iPhone trying to register itself on the telecom network. So yeah, as I mentioned, the process fails because initially it is an unauthenticated unauthenticated request. So the second request takes place with a nonce, and once that has been done, an IPsec tunnel is established. So we need to understand what exactly happens in an IPsec tunnel. Your device is basically connected with an encrypted tunnel with the IMS core infrastructure. So this is what the specification says, and this is what all the devices are supposed to do. But there was something interesting that we noticed. And once the IPsec tunnel has been established, we see the port that is responsible for SIP, that is 5060, is still left open. So an IPsec tunnel is established, but the device itself is listening on port 5060 for incoming connections. Okay, so we thought, okay, this is something interesting. Let's check the same behavior on other devices, say Android devices for that matter. So we ran the same test cases around HTC phones, Nexus, and also Samsung. And we tried to see what is the behavior there. So the library that is, the transport library that is responsible on an Android device, what it does is once the IPsec tunnel is established, the port, that is the SIP registration port 5060, is terminated by them. And this was behavior which was not seen in an iOS device. So we thought, okay, why is this happening? There has to be some reason. So we traced back to the RFCs, which basically tells how an VoLTE device has to register on a telecom network. So there is a guidelines that is given out by 3GPP that tells you if you are using a VoLTE-enabled device, you have to follow certain set of steps and register the device on the network. And we saw that iPhones basically were not implementing that 3GPP guidelines properly. And that is why it allowed us to enumerate all the iOS devices on the network and initiate this attack. So we would see how we went ahead and identified what this entire issue is all about. So as you can see on the right side, there's an Nmap screenshot, and on the left-hand side, there is a screenshot showing all the devices. So we were doing an active engagement and using our own tool, like Nmap, a very good old friend. Everyone learns. Anybody starting with security, Nmap is the best friend. We just sweep the entire network for port 5060, and all that we could see was active iOS devices and no other devices on the network. And these were like 1 million of devices on the network. So what we tried to do is, because we had a test device with us, we tried to send an invite packet to that test device, seeing how does it react with that malformed invite packet. And to our surprise, we were directly able to reach the end user equipment, that is the vulnerable iPhone or the target device. And the device just started ringing. So this is a trace that shows basically us initiating the invite request and the device responding to it, and it starts ringing. So you can see in the second and the third block there that it shows that the device is ringing. So this was to a surprise, and we were also debugging the interface itself. So it shows the lower interface shows that the IPsec tunnel has been established, but the above screen, the block shows that the device is still listening on 5060. So sending malformed SIP packets on the device could basically crash that library, could allow an attacker to get all the details from the user, like location, whereabouts, exact version of the iPhones, and many more things. So I'm sure by now everyone is somewhat clear what is the root cause and why was this happening. So as soon as the VOLTE device is registered on the network, the PDP underscore IP1 is that the interface which deals with the VOLTE registration using the port 5060 is the one at flaw here. So the port is left open by the iOS operating system, and it is not being terminated once the IPsec tunnel has been established. So a privileged attacker or an attacker inside the telecom network can directly interact with the device without, basically going through the packetting structure. So it can directly reach the device, send malformed packets, crash the device, and do a hell lot of things. So as we mentioned earlier, we were able to identify MSISDN of all those devices, that is the phone numbers. We were able to identify the location whereabouts. We were able to identify exact version of the iOS with exact patch level, what they were using. And yes, we were able to, initiate spoof calls from the attacker's device to any device on the network. That is like anyone in the country. So just try to imagine, how impactful this has been. So as mentioned earlier, everyone here is basically able to understand what was the root cause. So this is the easiest thing that somebody could do, How do you patch it? You just terminate the connection once the IPsec tunnel has been established. So this fix was implemented in iOS 15.2. The exact version is there, wherein the IMS TCP socket was terminated when the IPsec tunnel was established on an iPhone. So it's not just iPhones, as Hardik mentioned earlier, iPhone, Apple Watches, iPads, anything running VOLTE was vulnerable. So this was on iPhones. This vulnerability existed on iPhones since 2017. That is the inception of VOLTE on the devices, and was identified in 2021. So this is the issue timeline. As Hardik mentioned earlier, that Apple is very difficult to work with. They take a very long time. And this issue was initially reported to Apple in 2021 March, and an initial fix was deployed. We were able to bypass it. Then the issue was again fixed by Apple, and the final patch was released in the first quarter of 2022. So this was our brief explanation of what we did, how we identified. And as there is a very famous quote by Mr. Van Gogh, that great things are done by series of small things brought together. So you don't have to find very difficult exploits or something like that, There are simpler things that can cause greater impacts, and we just have to keep looking for that. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you a lot. And questions? Yes.
You mentioned that there was a first fix which you bypassed. Can you explain a little bit about what was the problem with the first fix?
So initially, they were not able to. They tried terminating it on a different interface, but because we were able to route the traffic to a different interface, we were possible to, you initiate the PDP connection on PDP IP 2, 3. So they had to do it on all the interfaces. So they had to check what was the issue, where is basically the VOLTE connection initiated from, and terminate that specific interface. No problem.
Thank you. Other questions? Wait.
Hi. You send the attacks from another mobile device on the same network, right?
Yep.
Isn't this something that the operators can also mitigate on their side by prohibiting that type of traffic? But they should actually be doing it. The Jeep attacks had the same issue, right?
Mm-hmm. So here in this case, obviously the operator plays an important role since the operator's infrastructure is being used to reach to other users in the network, right? And there are some set of configurations that an operator can implement in order to completely segregate their user and user traffic and the traffic on the control plane. Since you understand that SIP is a signaling protocol, so ideally that signaling interface has to be separate from other user data interface, which is configured on the packet gateway. So packet gateway plays a critical role in terms of differentiating between these traffic.
Other questions? No? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll still be around if you guys have anything to ask. Thank you.
Okay, so now our next speaker, where is he? Okay, is Orange Tsai. Orange Tsai is a zero-day security researcher focusing on web application security, who attended many top conferences all over the world, but also he spoke at RomHack in 2019. So this is the second time he's at RomHack. And his talk today is about a 3-year tale of hacking a point-to-own target, the attacks, vendor evolution, and lesson learned. So, thanks.
Yeah, I still have time to drink one shot. Yeah, thank you. Oh.
Okay, I check. I think it's okay.
Okay. Wait. So is that okay? Oh, it's very strong. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, so I can start? Okay, hi, or I should say ciao. I'm Orange, and next I will give this talk with a long title. Yeah, before the talk first, regarding today's talk, there's a new things I want to experience with. Usually, talks about the vulnerability researcher always end with a success. This type of presentation always have detailed techniques and impressive results. Of course, if it wasn't a success, it wouldn't be accepted by the conference. However, for today's talk, I want it to be more than just a zero-day showcase. I would like to share more about my thoughts and attempts during a research. Also, there are still some maybe technical details, but I would like to focus more on the paths I have tried, the failure I have experienced, and my own reflections. Maybe it could be some references to your next hacking, maybe. And this is also a great excuse for me to sort out my temp folder. I believe many of us have this situation, have a lot of files like a.py, b.py, or test.py, and so on during research. So this is a good opportunity for me to organize everything into a talk. Okay, who am I? I'm Orange, and currently I'm the principal security researcher at DevCore. I have spoken at many top hacking conferences and got several awards, such as the HandPwning Champion and HandPwning Award. So why I am targeting Sonos? Back to the 2020, I was stuck at a big target and get tired of reviewing a bunch of web application code at that time. I would like to have something different. Right then, HandPwning came up. I picked the target that no one hacked before. That's the initial reason I chose Sonos. Before diving into this presentation, I would like to say that my talk is more focusing on the application layer attacks. So if you are looking for more deeper or low-level attacks, such as the hardware or trust zone attacks, there are some recommendable research that you should read. This is our schedule for 2020. I start reviewing the Sonos just 2 weeks before the registration deadline. Firstly, because we didn't have the physical device, most of our attempts are based on black box. We tried several attempts, such as fuzzing the website, searching for the firmware online, and even trying to exploit the firmware update mechanism. The web interface is the most straightforward attack surface. However, since we are based on the black box, most of the information gathering are based from the internet or by the tool like maybe Dearbuster. We know the web is mainly composed of 2 parts. The first part is for debugging. It shows several information and has a password-protected function, such as the unlock or developer mode for debugging. The other part is UPnP, which contains lots of SOAP operations, allowing the developers to control the speaker remotely, such as playing the music, turning up the volume, or setting alarms up. This is one of the debug patch. Looks interesting, right? Unfortunately, there isn't any simple bug such as the command injection. Yes, Orange used the command injection. It's not very effective. I'm pretty confident for this result, but if you find otherwise, feel free to ask me for a free beer by this presentation. Regarding to the SOAP operations, there is actually an open source project called SoCo that lets you control Sonos by the API directly. For example, you can turn up or turn down the volume, play music from an URL, or even grab the information from the current song list. Of course, since Sonos trusted everyone from the internet by default, so without the firewall, you can also turn up someone's volume to the max and reload them remotely. So while exploring the API, we noticed a SOAP operation called begin software update. From its name, it seems to be an API to notify Sonos to begin the update. The API allows an user-supplied update URL. We try to give our own server to see what would happen. And we noticed that we received an HTTP request. What's more interesting is that the request comes from the wget. Using a black box approach is certainly inefficient. So to escape from this situation, we have to upturn the firmware so that we can reverse the mechanism. We download several firmwares from the internet. However, most of them are old and outdated. The newer firmware are encrypted and could no longer be analyzed by the binwalk. And the latest binwalkable firmware version is 45.1, which is roughly from the August 2018. Okay, even so it was from maybe 2 years ago, we had the binary at least. We discovered that this API is designed for firmware over the air. Its purpose is to provide device which might not have direct internet access and alternative way to get the firmware. The latest version of Sonos has the same wget behavior. Thus, we decided to reverse engineering the implementation of the begin software update from the old binary first. The entire mechanism works as follows. When the web server received a begin software update request, it calls XCVE to invoke the upgrade binary for subsequent processing. This binary then asks wget to fetch the corresponding URL and pipes the content to the standard out and pass it. With a proper understanding of the mechanism, we proposed several attacks. First, since we can use wget to access any URL, the first attempt we target the SSRF. However, we cannot find any good local service to exploit. Also, given that wget is used, our next idea was to check if there were any past vulnerability in wget we can leverage. But sadly, there wasn't any. We also delved into some firmware-related attacks, such as uploading a backdoor firmware or having the downgrade attack. Both attacks failed because the Sonos used an RSA key to ensure the integrity, and also used a hash to prevent you from the downgrade attack. So here is a code for you. If anyone here can crack this hash, please let me know. Maybe we can split the prize at HandPwning this year. So we failed all of our attempts, and eventually we turned our attention to the firmware parser. Since the upgrade binary operates as a standalone binary and process customized formats, it feels like playing a classic CTF challenge. And indeed, we identified a buffer overflow on it. We have exploited this buffer overflow on our local QEMU environment. However, for some reason, we couldn't exploit this buffer overflow on the remote latest firmware. We couldn't exploit this buffer overflow on the remote firmware version. We get stuck in this situation, and trying to adjust the offset blindly and couldn't figure out if the lattice firmware is vulnerable or not until the competition ended. So to sum up our first year, we managed to develop an exploit that works on the firmware from 2018. However, it's useless against the lattice version. Looking back to my first year, I believe I made fair progress, especially considering that we only had 2 weeks time frame. The only thing where I see I could be better is that my speed in reverse engineering, especially in C++, could be faster. I will add it to my to-do list for future improvement. Okay, have discussed the first year. Let's move on to the second year. You might be wondering, why would I focus on the same target again? First, I don't like the feeling of defeat. Not getting any pre-auth RCE on my chosen target felt like losing. The other reason is that Synactive released a detailed article in March of that year explaining how to use the hardware attacks to dump the memory. So I can learn a new skill and understand why we failed last year. Sounds great, right? So this time, we bought the equipment very early and allocate full 3 months to prepare for this competition. For the hardware component, we need a USB 3380 evaluation board. Also, these boards are actually sold out on online shops. But luckily, one of the resellers is based on Taiwan. I just gave a phone call, paid the money physically, and got it within 24 hours. And regarding to the hardware setup, since I am a hardware newbie, I spent an entire week and still couldn't get it right. The first problem I was met is why there is no response when I plug the evaluation board to my computer. At that point, I even suspected that I bought a broken device. And later, I came across a comment from the author on the GitHub issue stating that the hardware's USB interface is disabled by default. To use it, you have to first flash the firmware from the mini PCIe port. Okay, please return my entire week. So after identifying the root cause, I proceeded to flash the USB. The initial challenge was finding the appropriate adapter. In this case, a mini PCIe to micro USB adapter, which provide to be difficult since most modern computers no longer use mini PCIe. I even took apart my own laptop, but I only find the M.2 interface instead of the mini PCIe. After conducting further research, I learned that the mini PCIe were primarily used in the laptop from the maybe 2010s for the wireless networked cards. Thus, I end up borrowing a ThinkPad T430 from a friend to continue this task. This is the Lenovo T430 from my friend. After removing the wireless network card, we finally saw the interface of mini PCIe. I excitedly plugged it and ready to flash the firmware, but suddenly an error message indicated that the ThinkPad has the whitelist for the mini PCIe devices. The BIOS would only accept the hardware from its allow list. We brainstormed several ways to bypass this whitelist. For example, we can bypass this whitelist by flashing our own BIOS image. However, to do that, we have to jailbreak the ThinkPad BIOS first. This, in turn, requires downgrading to an older version that contains a known vulnerability. After all the hard work, my Windows finally recognized the evaluation board, and I successfully got a local root shell through the DMA attack. The entire process takes almost a week, and our vulnerability research is just beginning. After gaining access to the Sonos, we initially tried some straightforward bug hunting without overthinking. For example, we quickly reversed the implementation of all debugging paths, look for the paths that call the system commands or receive the network packets, and check for all unsafe string operations to see if there were any simple overflows. All of these attempts were unsuccessful. But even so, I have tried to check everything. Actually, I still overlook a significant bug. This overlooked bug eventually became a savior, rescuing me from the pain of the exploitation in the third year. So whenever someone told you they have checked everything and find no bugs, always stay skeptical. Without any success, I decided it was time to really use my brain. Firstly, considering that Sonos is a music player, it must support a bunch of media formats. In the Sonos, most of the media parsers are built upon the open source projects. Given the complexity of the media formats, I'm pretty sure that fuzzing could potentially find bugs. However, I have a personal preference for spotting bugs with my own eyes. It's just my way with no right or wrong. Thus, I choose not to use fuzzing at that time. We then turned out our focus on how Sonos handle the metadata, such as the artist or the album name. This type of information isn't typically handled by pre-existing open source projects. It may all be done manually. Which really caught my attention. So in my opinion, instead of learning little from reviewing the boring open source project, diving into their developers' approach gave me more insight to know their coding style. So following this line of thinking let me uncover my first bug. It was located in the part where Sonos processes the metadata for the unpack.ts format. Here is the decompiled result of IDA Pro. As you can see, it first reads a byte, then uses it as the length of the second read, and to fill the buffer. So theoretically, if the buffer has been defined to be less than 256, this will lead to a buffer overflow. We checked the buffer definition in the IDA Pro. It seems to be only 0xD0. Everything looks right. Everything looks great, right? But no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't trigger any crash. It was only when we used GDB we realized that before the second read, the program would increase the stack pointer based on the length we got on the first read. So in reality, we got fooled by the IDA Pro. The real code would probably involve the dynamic stack allocation by the function alloca. Hence, no matter how much length the buffer used, this code is definitely not vulnerable. So congratulations, we have our first fake bug. Here I would like to highlight a typical picture of a vulnerability researcher's daily life. While doing the vulnerability research, you will see a lot of hope first, and then you realize that there is simply no bugs. And when you think it's over, you grab a lifeline. And the lifeline is still a fake bug. There is still nothing. But even so, you still can't give up because all the previous struggles have you understand the system more, and they are all the necessary part to finding the real bug. Anyway, after some time and efforts, we did find a real bug. This time, the bug was in the parser of the MP3 metadata. Here is a simple structure of an ID3 tag. An ID3 tag can have many friends, and different friends store different information such as the artist, the comment, or the track info. The friend size shows the length of the friend data. The friend size shows the length of the friend data below. In the MP3 standards, the friend data should be a string. To read a string without a null byte, the engineers at Sonos decreased the friend size without any checks, and forgetting to check the condition that the size is set to 0. So there's an integer on the floor here. Of course, it's not that simple to reach this on the floor. You have to set some flags to ensure that the MP3 parser is in the mode of synchronization to trigger this bug. The subsequent process is not too difficult. This integer on the floor can be directly converted into a stack-based buffer overflow. Yes, and boom. The exploitation was straightforward. Since there was no PIE or stack canary, we can just replace the GOT of the string case compare with the system by ROP. Yeah, that's really easy. Okay, let's wrap up our second year. Firstly, finding a good attack service can really save your time. Just like this year, our entry point was entirely based on the handmade parser, which created by the Sonos developers. And looking back, I might have spent too much time going down to the wrong path. And talking about the hardware part here, I think try and error is fine, but blindly either attempts are not. So my takeaway is, instead of wasting time trying blindly, it's better to spend a little time first understanding the basics of the target. It can help avoid unnecessary detours. And another reflection is, did I get out the fasting too early? Because another thing that at the same year exploit the bug in the parser of media formats, which seems to have been fuzzable. And my final thought is always read the manual first. Like when I was trying the hardware attack and got 0 response. If I had taken more time to read the manual, I wouldn't spend an entire week wondering whether the device was broken or not. Moving on to the 3rd year of HandPwning. After focusing on Sonos twice, you might be wondering why did I choose it again? The reason this time is pretty simple. I was completely blinded by the money. Last year, we just spent less than 1 month to earn about 60,000 US dollars, and I'm thinking that the 3rd year will follow the same easy way to be rich. But please allow me to give you a spoiler that the 3rd year was not easy at all. We spent a full 3 months on these targets. Before the competition started, I happened to meet a friend from the NCC group at HitCon. We chat together and he said, "Hey, did you know that Sonos has enabled all the binary protections now?" And I said, "What?" And we checked the latest binary and shit. All the exploitation becomes much harder now. Okay, fine. In our 3rd years, we continue to explore the good attack service we have last year, the handcraft part of the metadata parser. And sure enough, my choice didn't let me down, and I quickly find another issue. Last year, the bug we find was in the metadata parser of MP3. And this year, it was MP4. In an MP4 file, all metadata is stored in a container called a box. And MP4 can have several boxes, and each box is composed of size, type, and the box data. When parsing the FTYP box, the developer directly used the box size as the argument for the alloc function to allocate a buffer from the stack, and then read into it. So we have an arbitrary size alloc here. So we have an arbitrary size alloc here. And this bug compared to the fake bug we had before, this seems to be more promising. Here is the stack layout when parsing the FTYP bugs. As you can see that the return address is right below the local variables. And at this moment, our stack pointer points to the top of the local variable. And using alloc to allocate memory on the stack is pretty much like this. By subtracting from the SP, we take the unused part to serve as an allocated buffer. And then the box parser performs the operation on this newly buffer. And once the function ends, the SP is promptly pulled back, making everything we wrote as garbage. This doesn't affect any local variable or return address at all. Arbitrary size alloc may seem useless at the first glance, but if you think about it from a higher perspective, since the entire program operates as a multi-threading system, each thread has its own stack. So given that our LCAR size is a 32-bit integer, can we jump a bit further? If by any chance there is another thread stack above us, we can override their thread stack. For example, we use LCAR to allocate a huge size across several memory pages to write 4 bytes and close the connection immediately. And the stack pointer would jump back without any inference to the original process. So if we can control the address to be overwritten preciously, it turns into a pretty powerful vulnerability. Actually, there is a term to describe this bug type. It's called a stack clash. So in reality, we can turn this arbitrary LCAR bug into a stack clash vulnerability. The next challenge is to convert this vulnerability into read and write primitives for further exploitations. Due to the time constraints, I will skip over many of the obstacles we encountered, such as the unpredictable layout of the thread stacks and the side effects of the stack clash. Today, I only want to highlight one special technique. When a stack clash occurs, all the other threads continue running and constantly changing their stack frame time by time. This means that finding the right moment to write, for example, modify the return address of other threads becomes a good question to the exploitation. We recall that the NS lookup featured in the web debug interface before. Through the reverse engineering, we realized that the implementation of this NS lookup works by calling the system code get host by name. So an idea popped out in my mind. Could we just run a DNS server on our own? And delay the DNS response by a few seconds. And during the delay, the code stack will surely be handed at the get host by name, and giving us full control over when to write. So using this approach, we managed to successfully perform the leak and gain the PC control through the stack clash. Everything is good. We bypassed all the OS protections and finished the exploit code on September 19. I remember that day was our research team's regular sync, and I was demonstrating to my teammate that how elegant my exploit was. And the next day, Sonos released an update that patched my bug directly. Here, I would like to circle back and highlight again the life of vulnerability researchers I mentioned earlier. There is definitely an additional stage at here. That's when your bug was patched silently. All right, at least we still have 2 months. We can just find another vulnerability if needed. Originally, I had planned to continue exploring this, our promising attack service. However, after a thorough investigation, it seems that I have exhausted most of the vulnerabilities here. This forced me to consider other potential attack surfaces. Given that Sonos relies on open source projects heavily, reviewing the open source project should be a good idea. However, I still want to focus on their own system, so I put more efforts into the integration part rather than the open source themselves. Whenever an open source project is introduced into an existing system, there is usually a handwritten code to combine them together. So if the developer is not fully understand the intent of that open source project, the chance of the mistakes should be pretty high. So therefore, I shift my focus to the integration part of the open source project. The first thing I noticed is that Sonos heavily relied on XML for data exchange. When it comes to XML parsing, they use the open source project called libxpat. And given that libxpat is a well-known library that should be extensively fast by the community, we can assume that the implementation is secure. However, what about the use of the library? Parsing XML isn't just calling the function. You have also to set up the corresponding user callback to handle each tag and the data yourself. And those user callbacks, and that's the user callback, that's where I felt might be a good place to find bugs. Here we see the callback written by the Sonos developers. Due to the library's convention, developers need to handle all XML tags within a single callback. And you can notice that how they are handling two tags here, the block and the parent. Whenever a block tag is encountered, it grabs some fresh memory and then fill it with the parent tag. And while they did put a limit on the number of blocks, this restrictions is only applied within the blocks tag itself. So this is probably the XML format the developer is supposed to look. One block paired with several parents, and the other block pairs with other more parents. And once it hits the limit, it stops processing. But the developer didn't notice that the XML structure like this way, where we put all the blocks recursively. So when it comes to filling the value in the parents, an out-of-bound write occurs. Here we skip over several boring details, such as is the out-of-bound write. The out-of-bound write is dereferences twice, and also we can't use any non-UTF-8 characters because the XML standards. Anyway, we overcome them all and have a good out-of-bound write that now. Can I have the power plug? I don't have power now. Ah, oops. Sorry. Yeah, got it. Is that okay? Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, finally, we overcome them all, and we have a good outbound ride that we can do anything. But the problem is, Sonos has enabled all the OS protections. Even we have the ability to write anywhere, we still don't know where to write or what to write. So we still need an information leak to know the memory address. We revised all the string operations and find an oversight bug that we missed in the previous year. The return of the SNPrintf can sometimes be larger than the size you provided. So if the program assumes that the return won't exceed the buffer size, it can lead to issues. Here is the Sonos case in the SSDP broadcasting. Sonos sent out the packet directly with the size of the return of the SNPrintf. That leads to an information leakage. To be honest, this oversight is unacceptable for me. However, no other teams used this information leak in the past 2 years either. So they probably made the same mistake as I did. Anyway, we have an out-of-bound write and the information leak. Everything is in my favor now. We chat all together on the October 18th, and we saw Sonos release another update on the next day again. Is it a coincidence? I don't think so. We immediately checked what was updated. And the good news is that the vulnerable code of the out-of-bound write is still there. However, no matter how we test, the program did not crash. With deeper reverse engineering, we realized that Sonos had made a major overhaul of the entire architecture. And they removed all the entry points to the outbound write precisely. So even the vulnerable code is still there. We can no longer to trigger it. So is it a coincidence? I don't think so. Such timings are just too incredible to be a coincidence. And we recall that in the first year, we observed that Sonos would upload a crash dump. But we don't think it's a problem because if they checked the crash dump before, we couldn't win so easily in the second year. But at this moment, that's the only reasonable explanation that Sonos start analyzing every crash dump seriously. We also asked some researchers afterward, and indeed, they felt the same feeling well. Okay, well, fine. We still have about maybe 1 month and a half left. We just accept it. There will always be other vulnerabilities there, and we can just consider there will always be other vulnerability here, and we still have 1 month and 1.5 months left. And 1 month just passed. We found nothing. We have almost run out of all of my ideas. Here are some of our failed attempts. mainly targeting their handcraft part. We even start to give fuzzing a try. And 2 weeks left, and still nothing found. Since all the source code of Sonos is on GitHub, I even consider to hack into their GitHub account. All right, let's calm down. Take a deep breath and review vulnerability we have found in the past. What's the root cause behind this vulnerability? And how did the problem appear in the development cycle? And how did the problem appear in the development cycle? Under what scenario would the developer write code that results to these bugs? And the most important thing is we know the root cause and the reason how to find a variant. During the whole reviewing process, we stumbled upon something super interesting. Did you remember that the fact bug we find in the last year? The size of the second read is determined by the byte received from the first read, allowing us to write up to 255 bytes. However, since the buffer used alloc to allocate from the stack dynamically, we couldn't exploit it. I also mentioned that about 1 month ago, Sonos released an update that patched my XML bug and have a big update on their architectures. The big architecture update also turned this fake bug into a real bug. Originally, the fake bug couldn't be exploited because the dynamic allocation. However, somehow, maybe due to the poorly regression testing, the buffer size is a fixed value now. And as you can see, the buffer size is set to 184, and yet we can write up to 255 bytes. And we can override up to 7 pointers. This filing controls the broken counter, turning it into a very small buffer overflow. And of course, this time, we remember to cut off the cable. Yeah, this is also the vulnerability we demonstrated at HandPwning last year. It's time to share some reflections on the third year. First of all, I'm really glad that I didn't give up until the last moment. However, there are still things I have to improve. The first point I want to reflect on is my insufficient coverage on the binary related bugs, such as the bug more related to the life cycle or the overlooked smprintf bug. This prompts me to revisit my methodology again. My second reflection is around the time I spent analyzing the attack service, the SMB, in the open source project like SMB2 really scared me. That makes me to have a mistaken assumption that it was a complex library, so I choose not to delve into it. And by the end of the competition, all of other teams exploit the bug in the libsmb2 library to hack Sonos. So I think this should probably be the real shortest board of the wooden bucket for Sonos. The last point I need to reflect on is my not so good OPSEC. For instance, I should have set up the lab environment properly from the start to avoid getting disrupted by the automatic crashdown uploads. Okay, let's give a small conclusion for my 3 years journey. First, I always remember when I was young, I said I will hack into Facebook someday in the future. And it took me 4 years to finally do it. So how long could you persistent understand things? If your goal is to hack into maybe Google or NASA, 1 week, 1 month sounds unfeasible. However, if I give you 10 years to just hack one single target, it sounds to be more possible, right? So I think the persistence is the key. Just circling back, if I had given up the Sonos in the first year, this talk wouldn't be happened. Or I hadn't pushed myself until the very last moment to discover the fake bug becomes real, this story wouldn't be a successful story. However, while persistence is the key, I believe that persistence on the right path is even more important. For example, we all usually spend a whole night just to figure out something in bug hunting. So spending time to find bug is important. However, it's even more important to find bug on the right attack surface. That's why I said on the right path is more important. To give an overview to all the bugs I have discovered over the past 3 years, half of them are related to the initial good attack service, where developers manually wrote the metadata parser. So putting all together means you have to persist until you find the right path. It feels like facing a really tough boss in a game. Even you can't defeat the boss immediately. Spending at least a little time on it daily will have benefits. Whenever you learn something new, try to see if it can be applied on your target. Even you failed, at least you know one more wrong path they are not worth taking. Lastly, I want to share a quote with you all. That's from the game Celeste, which got the Games for Impact of the Game Awards 2018. Be proud of your death count. The more you die, the more you are learning. This game not only won the Game of Impact, but also the best independent game of the year 2018. It's also my top 1 game in my game list. The game's design in how to get a sense of accomplishment is really textbook level. I truly recommend this to those who are stuck at something and can't move forward. It might become another source of some kind of achievement for you. So keep going. And this is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, here are my contact information. Thank you again for being here. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you again, Orange. Great. So, questions for Orange? Raise your hands. I don't. Questions?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi. Hi, Orange. Great work. Thank you very much. In the MP4 bug, it's here.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. So, thank you very much. It's been a great presentation, actually.
Yes.
Really excellent work. I have a question regarding the MP4 bug. The MP4, the stack clash. So, basically, in the exploit, you said you leaked a pointer for the Pi and ASLR. How did you do that?
Oh, sorry, pardon?
In the exploit
of the stack crash.
Correct. You leaked a pointer in order to defeat Pi and ASLR. How did you do that?
Oh, because all threads are in the same binary, and the web thread is also on the same binary. So I leaked the pointer by modify the web threads. and I can get maybe leak information from the web. Yeah.
Other questions?
Oops. Okay, finish.
That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks again, Orange. Now our last speaker. So Luca Bongiorni. Luca Bongiorni is working as director of the ZTE Cybersecurity Lab in Rome and is founder of We Hack in Disguise, a cybersecurity boutique focused on R&D offensive hardware implants and industrial IoT security. At the moment, he's focusing his researches on bypassing biometric access control system and other Internet of Offensive Things. His talk is HandPwning. Your hand is your passport. Verify me, now let me in. Okay, Luca.
Hello. Does it work? Okay, so hello everyone. So first of all, before starting, I would like to thank the guys from RomHack and the guys... Oh, sì, sorry. And thank also the organization of... wait a second. Ok, facciamo così. Ok, ce l'abbiamo. It works? No? Wait, duplicate. Perché se faccio così... Fai duplicate... PC screen only? No, extend. Va? Perché va? Aspetta. Ok. No, ma io sono italiano. Adesso va? No. Porca.
Inverti modalità relativa.
Ah, qua siamo in Italia, non posso bestemmiare, giusto?
Se no, guarda, rifai così come era giusto.
Aspetta, no, cioè, dove cazzo... Primary monitor, ok, guarda. Ah, guarda, tiro via la presenter view. Tac. Oh, là. Ce l'abbiamo fatta. So, I was saying, before starting and before other glitches will appear, I would like to thank the organization of RomHack staff and the Saiyan organization. So, thank you guys to bring us once again this year here. So, let's start. So, thanks, Carola, for the introduction, so I will skip that. Just saying that during the day I'm a corporate person and in the night I'm creating troubles. So, and disclaimer, this will protect my ass in the future. This research is the outcome of a private research that was done in my private time, and not the current, not the previous employer or clients were involved. That's it. So, let's see, just give me a second. Okay, here. So, first of all, who of you recognize one of these scenes from some famous movies? They are all dealing with bypassing physical access control systems, biometric based. So you can see there are some, voices and iris, hands, fingerprints recognition, and physical access control systems. So as you can see, I'm quite a fan of these kind of systems. So in the past, I was analyzing already biometric system, fingerprint-based. I found some vulnerabilities in some, and others, of course, confirmed to be quite reliable. So I was pleased to see that there are some that are not that insecure. On the other side, some of them were a bit more insecure, but that's another story. So this is what we will talk today, about physical access control system and biometrics. First, a brief overview of the technology behind biometrics physical access control systems. So as you can see here, there are different types of sensors that can space from the usual fingerprints that most of us are already used to iris scanners, retinal scanners, voice ones, facial, facial recognition nowadays is becoming more and more used in different sectors. So these are pretty much all the types of biometric system you can find in the market nowadays. Recently, I I was visiting, so how I started this research is because I was visiting a factory, an industrial plant in Europe, and eventually I figured out that they were using a very strange physical access control system, biometric-based reader controller, reader connected to a controller, which was hand-based. We will see in the next slides. So the idea is that there are mainly two types of biometric system that use hands as medium to identify, authenticate and authorize a specific person, because hand plus or minus has some specific minutiae are called in biometrics, so specific features or points of the hand itself that can be used to identify uniquely or almost identify uniquely, and we will see later why I say that, a human hand. There are mainly two types, so hand geometry and hand vein technology. Today we will check, we'll go dig deep into the hand geometry technology, which is kind of old technology, but still nowadays quite used through these kind of devices. So how it works, the hand geometry biometric process per se. So the idea is that we have the target, the person, the hand of the person, and through a camera, we will capture, or actually the device itself called HandPunch, will capture the silhouette of the image of the hand from the top and on the sides in a way that will gather different measures of the hand. So actually once the image is captured, is taking in account 31,000 points during the analysis, and 90 measurements are taken. So like the length of all single parts of a hand or fingers, and then put all together to get a hash, like the classic hashing systems. In this case, this unique hash that each hand should have a specific hash, so my hand should be different. The hash of my hand will be different from the hash of someone else, and remember this because we will mention later on, so this is the so-called hand template, which is around 9 bytes of data. This is a unique hash. Of course, we can discuss, if there are some guys here that likes math and cryptography, 9 bytes for a unique hash is quite, maybe not enough, but yeah, let's say that this is the standard for this kind of technology. How to achieve that? Well, you insert your hand. Well, you need a supervisor or super admin of this device, the HandPunch. We'll see in the next slides. He has admin access to this reader, so he logs in as admin, and then start to configure a new user. Once a new user is created, it asks the new user to place the hand 3 times to record, capture the image of the hand, calculate the hash, and if the 3 images match with a certain range, the hash itself, so it matched, the reader understands that the 3 hands are the same, then will generate the hand template, this 9 bytes hash. Which are the industry's applications? Well, there are different. I've gathered enough evidences through OSINT that they are used in different industries, healthcare, industrial sites, chemical plants, food manufacturing, airports. Specifically for airports, recently, in the last few years, they removed them for security reasons, and now I understand why. And you will see soon why as well. But as you can see here, for example, that's a tweet from Twitter where this company, which is a chemical plant, was definitely advertising that they just installed that. So we will see that it is not the best idea you should do in your company. Luckily for us, in Italy and in Europe, this product was marketed for English-speaking markets. United States mostly, Ireland, England, Australia, New Zealand, those. So in Italy, we are not impacted so far. That, as far as I know, from exposed devices of this kind to internet. We will go there at the end of the speech. But anyway, so gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, this is the target. This is called HandPunch. HandPunch is a line of different products, different models using the same technology, the hand geometry biometric system. And as you can see from the price, it's still not very cheap. That's why one of the reasons that is not so spread around, but is mostly used in limited environment. Actually, the application, why it was created I mean, one of the questions I had when I saw that in that factory I was visiting was, why do you have this? I've never seen before. Why? What's the application? And the guy replied me, because some of our workers are working on the production lines dealing with chemical agents or dealing with grease. So mechanics, imagine a mechanic. The hands are dirty. So they will never be able to use a fingerprint reader there. In such a situation, when they have like latex gloves or grease on the hands, it's impractical to use fingerprint access control system, because it will always, 99% of the times, will deny the users to enter, to be authenticated and authorized. So they need something secure enough to have a unique hash for each end of the users, but not that strong enough or strict enough as a secure fingerprint reader. So this is a good ground. It was, at least. So first vulnerability. So the approach I followed here was like a full review from different point of views, like physical security, network security. At a certain point, I gave up even with hardware security, because it was kind of pointless to prove that there are hardware security issues, because we will see that it was broken at different levels. So I started with physical security, which is one of my, say, favorite hobbies. The first thing you notice is that there is, so the two, 3 models I bought for my research were both used, because for obvious reason, I was not going to spend $6,000 for 3 of these devices. So I bought used. It was still kind of expensive, but acceptably expensive. But they arrived used. So they were just disassembled from, dismounted from contractors, and didn't have the key. So there I had 2 options. The first option was to pick it with a tubular, because that kind of lock is called tubular lock. It's quite easy to pick, but you need, if you don't want to go hardcore, you just need the proper pick, like that one. So it's a cylinder with some pins, and it's doing a technique called impressioning, but that's, again, another story. We'll be left for the next RomHack Camp workshops. So the second option was start to look for some keys. Usually when there are, even if you use these kind of devices, you have a serial number. So each model, each device of that model has a serial number. So just call the manufacturer and say, oh, okay, I have this device, I lost the key, this is my serial number, can you make a key exactly for my device? This was not the case. I didn't need that, because on eBay, I managed to find a key that looks like it is a master key. And not just for that model, but for all the products of these types from this vendor. So as soon as you spend $6 of master key, you can literally open all of them. This is the first failure. But physical security, many people, as the manufacturer asked me while I was doing responsible disclosure, said, well, that's not a big deal, it's lower risk than others because you need physical access. I agree with that, so let it be. But in my case, was already the major problem. Having a master key for everything is bad. Second thing, there is a lack of anti-tamper switch and alarm. So if we look from the perspective of other corporate physical industrial control, physical access control systems, each reader, each sensor, each controller has an anti-tamper switch. What it is, very simple. As soon as you tamper, you open the device, a switch is flipped. So it's turned, it opens and triggers an alarm on the other side of the corporate building. So in theory, if it's configured properly, a classic physical access control system, if you try to open the reader from outside the building, or if you go in Ciampino or Fiumicino Airport, they have the same kind of systems, they have an anti-tamper switch. As you try to tamper it, it will trigger an alarm. So eventually, security guard will arrive. In this case, if you look around these hand punches, they do not have an anti-tamper, which makes even more critical the fact that they use a master key. Because now, with the master key, you just can open potentially all of them, and no alarm is triggered. So this is another problem that they had, and I made it clear to the manufacturer. So now that we got it open, imagine that this sensor, this controller, is outside a secured area. So anyone, a threat actor, can access it. It opens with the master key. What it can do? Well, it can do 2 things. First thing, it can reset by pressing the reset button. For like a few seconds, it can reset the entire controller, so denial of service and bypass, because by resetting it, you cancel all the memory. So all the users enrolled there, so saved into the memory with their hand templates and pin codes, get deleted. It gets reset. So the first user is passwordless, is hand template-less, and anyone can enroll himself as a new admin. So this is the first problem. The second problem is that you create sort of denial of service. And the other point of having access to the reader itself is that, as you can see there, let me see if I can see my mouse here, is the fact that there is a pin that controls a relay, an external relay. So to speak, to make it simple, with this controller you can open electronic locks. So if you put to ground that pin with an attach, like this one from MacGyver style, you can literally open the device. So you have a master key of $6 and you have a attach. As soon as you have physical access to this device, it's practically game over. So now there is the target connected to a door, electronic lock, electronic lock. And that's the famous master key that can open multiple of them. So not just this one, but every one of these kind of products from this manufacturer, of course. And now with a simple paperclip, by shorting the right pin to ground, the door it opens. So it's that easy as that. But of course, it's a physical access. You need still physical access to and some time to open and click. But considering the type of device, physical access control system, this is already a bad thing. Next. So now we prove that from physical security point of view, this physical access control system is a failure. Let's look from biometrical point of view. How secure or how strict is this sensor? So first of all, I tried with silly ideas. Let's try with some hands. Of course, as a control hand, I enrolled my hand in the system. And then I tried with any fake hand I found around. I tried with, like Halloween style silicone hands, like, I don't know, beauty salon, training hands, silhouettes of my hand, scanned and printed just to see, from different levels if it was getting better and better. Eventually, luckily, it failed. So I wanted to step it up even further. So I thought, okay, let's try to scan my hand. The best approach would be to use a laser-based scanner, but I didn't have at that time. So I tried a get-to-style approach. So eventually, I figured out that there is this mobile app on iOS called TRNIO, 3D scanner. So what I did is I took my control hand, because still it was a research, so it was not, we always need to differentiate between, applied research and application on the field like a red teamer. So in this case, this test was kind of successful, but is not replicable by a red teamer, because we will see later why. So the idea is I scan the hand, I make a lot of photos of the target hand, I make videos. Then this mobile application, it gathers all these media, photos and videos, and try to reconstruct as close as possible the hand of the target, the control hand. So then, with the 3D version of my hand acquired in this way, I 3D printed it in scale 101, then created a negative version with some compound, liquid that then becomes solid. Then I extracted it, and then I created a silicone version of it. Because when you place the hand, when you roll the hand or try to authenticate your hand, you need to move the fingers. So a 3D printed version, unless it's PETG, which is flexible filament, but still was not enough. I needed something even more flexible, like silicone. So that's why I created that silicone version. Anyway, long story short, in pure style of Mythbusters, I tried 50 times to try to log in with this fake hand, but only 2 times out of 50 succeeded. So if we look from a doability point of view, it's doable, but only on a lab, inside a lab. Because in the real time, in the real life, you will need either a very good series of photos and videos, high quality, to acquire the target hand structure, Or you will need some laser or some technology that I didn't have at that time. So in theory, it's possible. You just need a better way to acquire high quality either videos or photos, images. So in theory, it's possible. Maybe some advanced threat actor can do that. In real life, a person in a home lab cannot do that, but it's doable. So 2 out of 50 is still acceptable from scientific point of view to say that it's possible to conduct this kind of attack. Just as an experiment, I wanted to see how precise I need to be to bypass the sensor with a better, higher success rate. So I did another approach. I put my hand inside that compound that created a negative version of my hand. In this case, it's not doable outside the lab, home lab, or outside an applied security research, because the culprit here, the problem here is that you need to stay still for 2 minutes. So unless you use some karate move and knock out for 2 minutes the victim, and then you put his hands like stable for 2 minutes. So this is not doable as a pen test, unless as I said, you want to knock out the target. But from a lab perspective, it's working. So here I created the copy 101 in silicon of my hand. And then eventually, the sensor was not so smart or not so strict enough to reject me, or better, to reject my fake hand. So in this case, I tried to log in with the real hand on the user, not sure what was, 1337 is my PIN code. And then I used my hand and I logged in. And now I will try to use the fake hand to see if it's good enough, close enough to my real hand. And eventually, it works. So in this case, in this scenario, if you have 2 minutes, as a real threat actor, if you have 2 minutes of the victim's life to stand still, you can succeed. Otherwise, you can succeed just on a lab, of course. But from a scientific point of view, it proves that this sensor is a no-go for protecting critical assets, because it's completely clonable or bypassable. So now that we proved also that the biometric sensor or acquisition system is a failure, I thought, okay, it has an Ethernet port, so it connects to somewhere, right? Since I bought it used, I didn't have any CD or any installation package or manual, so I had to go kind of blind. So then, eventually, by doing, what happened? Okay. By doing some initial recon network scanning, I figured out that there was this port open, 3001. So then I started to do some OSINT on internet, and eventually, okay, meantime, once discovered the port was open, I tried to fuzz it. Very simple, like netcat, IP, that port, and then pushing dev random, so junk, on that port to see how it was reacting, but nothing. It was completely unresponsive. So the next step was to look around, because of course, maybe there are some good information around the internet. And eventually I found this software. This software apparently is used to control remotely and to pull logs, entrance logs from these devices. So it's supposed to be used in a LAN. Doc alarm, 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 doc alarms. These devices are usually installed inside a corporate LAN and eventually isolated with VLANs from other segments of the corporate network, because they just need to communicate between the security guard or whoever is the supervisor, entrance supervisor, PC or server, and controllers, nothing more. They don't need internet exposure. So eventually I installed this free edition of this software and tried to communicate with these devices, with these hand punches. Long story short, what you do when you have this kind of test in black box? Wireshark and TCP dump, so network analysis and reverse engineering. So I started to generate, pressing around random buttons in this software, setting the right IP and the right port of the targets, and then started to sniff and see, packets and see if I can find some logic behind that. And eventually, I started to see something interesting. Like, for example, the first packets, so PC is my computer, personal computer, HP is the hand punch. So the red communication is like the packet sent from my computer installed with that software installed to the hand punch. And in blue, vice versa, the reply. So what I noticed first is that first packet, FF0A 0044 and so on and so forth was the magic packet. If you send that packet through TCP on that port 3001, the target will turn on from network point of view. So it will turn on and start to be more talkative. So you send that first magic packet, and then immediately after you send another packet that looks like something like, who are you? Or hi, what's your name? And then the hand punch will reply, hi, I am HP4C312 Magstripe. So that's which actually while sniffing, I figured out that was matching exactly what was shown on the screen of the device once it boots. So I connected the dots and I thought, oh, okay, maybe this packet is like something like, who are you? But the most important was the first packet, the magic packet or wake up packet. Not sure how they call it, but for me it's a wake up packet because if you change just a little byte on that initial packet that you send to the hand punch will not answer you. So it must be a very specific packet. So after that, I continue my analysis, practical, empirical analysis. So I was doing some actions through that software, sniffing, and trying to figure out, reconstruct what was happening. So here, for example, I created a new user called hacker with the pin code or user ID, which was 666. And then I went to look on Wireshark if I was seeing something matching. And apparently, as you can see there is the 666 and the hacker in plain text. What it means? Well, it means many things. First of all, plain text protocol. It's not a classic, anything known serialized protocol, so it's a doc. There is apparently no session. And we see in the next slide what came next. So now here is the full walkthrough to enroll a new user. So in theory, as I said before, on physical access of this device, the superadmin needs to enter his password, log in with the hand, then you get a special menu, like superadmin menu, and there is an option like create new user. If you press that, we'll ask you for a new ID code, then you can write like, I don't know, 555, and then we'll ask you to place the user, the future user hand 3 times. So 1, scan, then we do some beep, then scan twice, and the 3rd time. And then after that, it will store the hand template of the new user inside the memory of the device. But if you initiate this process, which is called enrollment or hand enrollment process, remotely through the software installed on the security guard PC, it will start to send back and forth some data. So first of all, you write on the software the new user, like user ID 666, and then the name, and then you press and you send to the end punch some packets, including the request to initiate the hand scan, which is in violet down in the slide. Then after some pooling packets, it waits for the scan to finish 3 times. Then once the 3 scans are finished, the device, the hand punch, it calculates the hash, the hand templates, and send it back in plain text to the PC. So in theory, an attacker could have the similar scenario as I did. I acquired, now I know the exact 9 bytes of my hand template, which is somewhere there actually, if you're curious. So the idea is that now I know exactly how approximately work the enrollment process, and I can try to attempt the same if I'm the same local area network, right? So eventually, by putting all together, we see that there is a lack of authentication, a lack of session handling, and a weak integrity routine, because by doing some reverse engineering and calculation and math, eventually I figured out that the CRC, well, the integrity check at the end is a CRC, exactly is the CRC 16X modem version. So now I can generate, I cannot just, because there is no authentication and no encryption. So now it's already vulnerable by definition to replay attacks. So the packets already generated by the system, server, and client can be replayed at any time and will work. But now that I know which kind of integrity is used, algorithm, the CRC 16X modem, I can generate my own packets. So then you can inject, if you're in the same local area network, you can inject packets and do other bad stuff. The thing is that we will see in the next slide. So first of all, out of all this information, now I built a scanner to scan a local area network, right? But it works also on internet. We'll see that later on. So now we have a scanner called HandScan that I will release on GitHub that, this one. That it is like an Nmap plugin, practically. I didn't port to Nmap yet. Probably I will push to their repo the right plugin. But the idea is that it has the protocol. I wrote the protocol stack to communicate and interpret the answers from the hand punches. So now, if you have a LAN, you can just launch this tool and script, and it will figure out if there are and which type of hand punches are there. So as simple as that. Then I wanted to push a new sort of admin vector, I call it. It is a super admin account that the real users are not aware of and gives me admin access and, of course, allows me to open doors. So the first one is the first type, because there are two modes, default mode and known mode. The default mode is just a replication, is using the same idea of classic enrollment. But I'm doing that as an admin. So instead of enrolling a new user as a simple user, I'm enrolling it as an admin. So the idea is that I send a bunch of packets. I just need to know the IP of the target and the port, which is by default the 3001. And many are using still that port. So at the end, I just need to know the IP of the target, which we know through the hand scan tool. So I run this script, and what he will do is will trigger a new enrollment. It already says, creates a new user 666 named hacker, and please enroll 3 times your hand. So this is still acceptable. However, you need to insert 3 times your hand at the beginning. So imagine in a real case scenario, a pentester or red teamer comes out of the building with this kind of reader and knows the IP of this device. He needs to do physically 3 times, the enrollment. So if there is a camera or a security guard there and you do 3 times, it's kind of suspicious. But anyway, that was the first type. So it's still a problem. And here is the example. So now I try to show you that the user 666 is not there yet. As you can see, I'm not even putting my hand because it beeps and says there is not that user. And now I run the script against the IP of that device. And now I just need to enroll 3 times. So now I am telling to the hand punch that I want to create a new admin user with admin permissions and user ID 666. And now I was enrolling 3 times my hand. The hand template was generated, was sent back to myself. As you can see, it's published there on the screen. And now if I do 666 and then put my hand, the door opens. So I just created a sort of super admin backdoor user out there. And of course, the security guard is not aware that a new super admin was created. So yeah, just another counterproof. It opens. So this is nice. It's already a critical problem, but can be done something more. What I noticed is that while reverse engineering the stack, the protocol, I noticed that there is a sort of protocol, yet another protocol issue. So in idea, if you know your hand template of your hand, you don't need to enroll 3 times. You just need to tell to the hand punch, please. Sorry, let me pause. Then I will explain. You will see the video. So first I will explain. So I figured out that if you know the hand template, the 9 bytes data of your hand hash, you can just initiate a new enrollment. So tell to the hand punch, hi, I want to enroll a new super admin user with ID 666. This is the hand template, trust me. And the controller said, yes, sir, I will not ask you for 3 times the hand. So this time, in this case, if you have a protected area asset with that remote, that hand punch, and you know the IP of that hand punch, you can literally walk by with your phone connected to the same LAN, send these 2 packets, you will see, and then it will do all the magic, and practically we install a new super admin user in that hand punch with my hand already hand hash pre-calculated. So then it's literally like you walk by, while walking, you send the packet, and then you arrive at the right time. It took like 2 seconds, and then it's stored already there in my hand. So I just need like a simple user, code, hand, and you enter. So this one is very nice from red teaming point of view. So the user didn't exist at that time. So now I just, building up the command to issue. So now instead of using the default mode, I'm using the known mode, which is, as I said, the known mode, well, in this case as a POC, I hard-coded my hash inside the Python script. Otherwise, you need to pre-calculate the hash of your hand and attach as an argument. But the idea is that, as I said, you just walk by, 2 seconds. Now, in this case, there is a new user called with ID 666, and now my hand will work, and boom, it's open. Again, luckily for us, we don't have this kind of readers in Italy, so no big problems for Xir. But there are other places in the world that, till now, and we'll see in the next slide why I'm quite worried, and that's why I didn't release yet the tools, because, yeah, it's going to be fun. So another, not tool, another command I added to HandPwning is the ability to dump other users' IDs or PIN codes. Because sometimes, ever heard about password reusal? Well, sometimes they may reuse the same PIN code for other types of access control systems. So I thought, let's implement that as well, in a way that we pull all this data from the controller and steal all the user IDs or PIN codes. And also names. You can even store names. So we'll see later in real case scenario, there are some of these exposed on the internet with real names. So GDPR, have fun. So it passed already a couple of years since I started notifying these as responsible disclosure. And why I didn't make a lot of fuss publicly about that is because exactly, if you go now, if you have internet, sadly I don't have Wi-Fi, I don't want to connect to any Wi-Fi here. But if you have your own internet, if you go to Shodan.io, I think, if you go to Shodan, a nice thing here is that the manufacturer, the vendor, when I notified them all these vulnerabilities, they decided to not create a patch, but to put the line out of end of life. And they notified the customers that is on end of life, that's critical vulnerabilities, and they should replace with a new secure device. And it's their decision. I will not discuss that. The point is that I told them, when they notified me about this, I told them I'm going to present this and inform, people that may be impacted. And they said, okay. And they said, which are the mitigation you suggest? Well, put a camera in front of our device. I said, well, that's smart. Yeah, good. And what else? Do not expose on the internet. Okay. And I said, are you sure they are not exposed on the internet? I said, yeah, who will expose that on the internet? It's used for just a physical access control system on an industrial site. No one will expose it. After that, I decided to do one thing. I could have started a scanner, massive scanner of internet, but we have Shodan, right? So I asked John, and here I would like to say thanks to John because he had the patience to read my ugly protocol stack I implemented in Python to re-implement in Shodan probes. But the idea is that, long story short, even now, if you go on Shodan, you don't need even to log in. Just go on Shodan, on the search bar, write hand punch, enter, and there should be still, let me check. As of today, there are 1,280 hand punches protecting assets around the world, completely exposed on the internet. For obvious reason, I will not make live proof of concepts against those, but you can imagine the impact of, as I was saying, the nice thing for us, at least in Italy, is that the most impacted countries here, according to Shodan, are Ireland, United States, Canada, United Kingdom, and Hong Kong. So, yeah. But the point is that it must be fixed. As you can see here, we could start another 2 hours discussion. Probably in the round table, we will take care about some of these topics. But the point is that not only the problem of having or finding vulnerabilities critical are, a thing, but the problem comes later when you notify some vendors and they do not respond properly, or even they inform the customer some way and then the customer doesn't take the proper actions. So right now there are more than 1,000 of these protecting God knows which assets from different levels, and they are available to anyone to be compromised. So yeah, let's hope things will get better. Here is another case. Of course, I redacted the IP for protecting myself from being harassed by illegals. But the idea is that there was this IP facing internet, this hand punch facing internet with more than 10,000 users enrolled in there. I don't know which kind of company factory has this kind of needs of user. And exactly this IP was, or probably another, but similar vulnerable hand punch had not only just PIN codes in the system stored and facing internet, but also names and surnames. In there, I tried to contact the well, one of those employees I found on LinkedIn, but the guy didn't take it. I mean, he got scared and never replied to me and blocked me. So, well, I didn't want to scare him. I just told him, can you please give me a name of your SOC or CERT or whatever security response, and disappeared. So yeah, let it be. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the presentation. 2 reminders, pro tips for whoever does pen test or these kind of researches. First thing, before starting to pop open and try to clone or do reverse engineering and spend hours in reverse engineering an unknown protocol, while I was writing the paper for these slides and talk, in the paper there is probably will be published later on the website, is a bit more comprehensive. There are more details on that. So while I was writing the paper, I was checking one of their original website of this company, and eventually I figured out there was a directory listing with manuals. And among manuals, there was also the protocol specifications. So in there, at the end of my research, I got confirmation that my assumptions were right. The wake-up packet I was calling, they were calling something else, but the idea was exactly the same because the proof was, my approach was empirical. Trigger, do some action, sniff, and see, make the logic connection between packets and bytes and what happened there. So here I just got confirmation. So before starting attempting network-related reverse engineering or radio-related reverse engineering, do check FCC or other means because it may spare a lot of your time. And the second thing funny is that in the manual, the one I was looking for and why I found the directory listing before mentioned, is that in the manual they mentioned that there is a super password to protect some features. The funny thing is that in reality, and I tried all different models, that password, there is no menu to insert that password. So I even asked them when I reported vulnerability, where is the password? But no one was ever able to reply to me. So just, fun thing that sometimes in the manuals you can find, things that might be interesting. In this case, it was a kind of failure because it didn't lead me to anything interesting. But sometimes manual can be, even the older version can be useful. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. So, questions? Yes.
So we saw let's put aside the software vulnerability and let's turn back to the physical part.
Yes.
Like we saw that you basically clone your hand with silicon, right?
Yeah.
And wouldn't it be enough to patch this kind of physical vulnerability, but not only with a hand sensor, but for example, for a fingerprint sensor to implement a heat sensor that you can understand if there is a silicon or a real hand there?
Yeah. It's the same. It's kind of the same concept of hand vein technology, because the hand vein technology is not looking at the surface, but it looks through IR, infrared camera at the vein. So the minutiae is there. So the unique points that use the sensor to calculate the hash, the hand template. In that case, is the vein. So it uses, and then you can apply also thermal imaging. So with thermal imaging, there are also in fingerprints. Actually, if we take fingerprints technology, there are the silly vulnerable ones that you can bypass with the silicon, or you can bypass with graphite and glue. It was done a few years ago by CCC guys with the iPhone, one of the first iPhone with fingerprint. So they scanned the fingerprint, then etched on the PCB, the copper trace on the layer on the PCB, so it was etched in negative, and then they use wooden glue, the white wooden glue mixed with graphite to create back the positive. And there bypass the capacitive fingerprint. What you're saying is correct. There are already a lot of readers that are using already in fingerprint, for example, thermal. So this is another way to, or even worse, or depends point of view, or even better, they're even checking for the pulsation. So like, for example, in some military-grade fingerprint sensors or iris retina sensors, they can detect, as I showed in in the previous slides. Can you put back the slides? Thank you. Okay. So as you can see in the first animated GIF, there was, one second. Coming there, coming, almost. Almost there. Okay, okay. No? Yes. So here. So in that case, in the first top left, they are using, in that case, they literally use the knocked out victim with the hand attached. So in that case, your thermal and pulsations improvements wouldn't work because it's just, But of course, it's quite unpractical because you need to knock out the victim or have the full victim. The second approach would be the guy with the hand chopped. In that case, you can chop the hand at the pub, take the hand on a plastic bag with ice, and go to the sensor of the super secret, secure, safe vault. There would work, well, it depends, the thermal, no, that would be preventing this kind of attack. Then there is also pulsation. In that case, the hand was chopped off, so there is no more pulsation. So this kind of system there are. I'm not aware of this kind of improvement on this kind of technology.
Thank you. Other questions? No? Okay, so thanks. Thanks,
You're welcome.
Luca. And thanks to all the speakers. A reminder that we are now starting a round table with all the speakers, so please stay. And also you can ask questions at the round table, so prepare your questions if you want.
Hello.
Avete male?
Prova. Okay. So thanks again. Thanks to all the speakers for being also here. Thanks to the ones who stayed. So just we are going to start this roundtable. Let me introduce also Gerardo Di Giacomo, who is sitting here behind me, and who is a security engineer, also member of Saiyan and Guerre di Rete, and will co-host with me this session. So thanks, Gerardo. And so I would like to start especially from the keynotes. And, but more in general, from, talking about the role of supply chain attacks and what you've seen also with the SolarWinds hack. Kim, you described a very complex situation where there were different subjects, different victims, who actually didn't really communicate much with each other, or not so much, and also maybe at a certain point there was also some lack of transparency. Well, there was some, but not maybe so much. So the question is, was there any point where the decisions or the processes could have been better, or also any lesson that can be learned in terms of defense, in terms of detecting and preventing this type of attacks? And also a question on probably the situation now changed because after SolarWinds, maybe the security also of the build environment or the build process became better, or do you think that it's still a huge problem?
So I don't have a mic. Yeah. Okay, so the question was, I didn't understand the communication question, but so obviously what needs to happen is that the build networks need to be re-architected. SolarWinds, it wasn't an easy fix. They had to actually re-architect the entire build network and add processes, add steps to the build. That's expensive. SolarWinds had to do it because they weren't going to be able to keep their customers if they didn't. They have a lot of government customers, and the customers were threatening to leave. If you have that incentive, but I think that most software makers aren't incentivized to secure the build environment, and so they're going to secure around it and do things that aren't going to require re-architecting. So I think that it's still a problem. Hopefully, huge software makers have resolved this. But I think that any software is vulnerable. Any software build process is vulnerable.
And is there anyone who also want to say something about any of the? So because the other question is, what about the security vendors? Or because we have seen that they may become a target. And a very interesting target for attackers. And so this is something concerning for every other company using their services or their tools. What can we do to, in terms of both as a security vendor, what kind of practices you can adopt to guarantee that you are not a victim of this type of attack, but also in terms of the customers buying tools and services and really hoping for the best, or this is the only solution?
I mean, for this kind of attack, Mandiant was at fault only at the outer end of the attack, right? They couldn't prevent themselves from getting compromised. You're counting on your third-party vendors to secure their own systems and not be a vector for attackers to infect you. So Mandiant wasn't at fault in that regard. The fault there was connecting their Orion server to the internet so that once the attackers were on their system, then the attack could proceed. But there isn't any sort of one-to-one solution because every attack and every campaign is different, and it's going to use slightly different details. So I don't think that security vendors are in any better position, I guess, to defend against attacks. Mandiant, of course, has a lot of logging, and they've got a lot of detection systems on their network. The thing that saved him here was the logging. The detections didn't work, right? I just remind you, the only reason that this got caught was because one security researcher decided to take a security alert seriously. But those security alerts come all the time, right? Every time someone is registering a new system to the network. and it's easy to become asleep for investigating this. That's the only reason this got caught, was because one security researcher, she was new to the company, and therefore she was sort of still fresh in her job, and she decided to investigate.
Rajanish, Alessandro, I saw that you were nodding. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, so I mean, we need to remember that security is not something perfect, and this is why we all work in this field. And like, there is no way. I mean, we are always trying to minimize the risk of attack, of being compromised, but we cannot just zero it out. It's a risk. There is a residual risk that we will need to accept, because it will always be there. What can we do to minimize it as much as we can? Well, of course, there are some strategies, like, of course, Orion, like SolarWinds, was a trusted third party. What we need to do, is to elaborate strategies to vet the third parties, to perform periodical auditing of third parties, to understand what we have inside our network and try to strengthen the defense. Understanding what can be the risk of having supply chain attacks, so attacks from third parties, like the risk of having a third party being compromised, and trying to strengthen our resilience of a third party being compromised. And of course, try to adopt a zero trust kind of mentality, where we don't just blindly trust a trusted third party, because no one can guarantee you that it's not going to be hacked. And SolarWinds is probably the best example of that, because when they were reported the potential hacking, they were like, no, it's impossible. So yeah, so this is the main thing, I guess.
Yeah, like just wanted to add a bit on this. So if it comes to nation-state actors, they are very skilled. They have all the resources, and they're willing to go to any extent to achieve their goals. So if a client is dealing with government agencies and government clients, it is a sole responsibility of the vendor itself to first of all protect themselves. And as she mentioned, that logging plays a very important role in doing that, because you keep getting logs all the times, but you need somebody to enthusiastic enough to look at the logs and make sense out of it, because most of the time it's just ignored and it goes out in vain. So I think logging and monitoring is one thing, and see, if it comes to 0 days, you are helpless, basically. You just have to improvise on all the security aspects that you have in your company and work on it. And also, as Alessandro mentioned, that zero trust policy is something that needs to be practiced very seriously if you're dealing with such clients. So auditing your supply chain is something that a lot of companies do right now. So that is one thing that has to be taken seriously to prevent these kind of attacks, I would say, yeah.
Yes, so login, zero trust policies, but there is something also striking. I think it's the time that we've seen the attackers stay in the system. Sometimes it's a long time.
Yeah.
Is there a way we can reduce this time, the time to detect this type of attacks?
I think it was just logging and monitoring that would basically detect it, right? And also, so people are always known to be the weakest link in security. So if you work on people, like, train them enough, they have a sense of what an anomaly is, like what is not right. If they have a sense of it, then it's easier to point it out. Like, this is not right. This is something which looks fishy. Let's investigate. So I think that is another factor that we need to include in every corporate environment, that people are always known to be the weakest link in security.
So kind of on top of it a little bit, we're talking about time to detect for attacks, but in a lot of stories today, we heard about time to detect for vulnerabilities or exploits. We heard like multi-year vulnerabilities existing in the wild, and of course these are large companies, so it's not something that they don't focus on. So what do you think is still the problem with this? Like, why do we still getting bugs hidden in all our products that we use? And we've seen a lot of improvements, but still we have 10-year-old bugs that show up at some point. So I guess a question for everyone, but maybe Ting-Yu or Orange, you've been experiencing some of this pain, or maybe it's not paying for you, but it's paying for the vendor. But what do you think that the vendor should do for faster detect? Like what practices you've seen missing? Of course, this applies to every speaker here, but what practices do you think vendors should focus more to prevent that bugs stay latent for so long?
Sorry, I didn't catch the question. The question is about why there are so many like old bugs in our product.
Right.
Right. I think the security is a dynamic thing, a dynamic situation. Like I attack you, you defense, then someone attack, someone defense. The border is not like it will keep secure in next 10 years, but it's keep moving. So the old bug being found is not a big deal, I think so, because we are trying to find this old thing by our new technology to resolve such problem. Like the Microsoft, we still get hundreds of bugs like a week, a month, 2 months from the Patch Tuesday. So the problem is not there is lots of vulnerability being found in a system, but it's like how many people want to investigate themselves into finding such problem and resolve them. Yeah.
So you're saying a little bit that vendors maybe don't invest enough in finding these things early or in the right time, or maybe during development, ideally.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that this kind of plays a little bit into the complexity of technology that we have today. Like, again, many talks talk about attacking one path, then another path, then going to web, then going to hardware, then going to software, going to firmware, like trying multiple, and every stack is very complex, especially now we have libraries, open source, closed source, it's all over the place. So it is a very complex, we deal with very complex systems and getting more and more complex as we go forward. And so with a supply chain in mind, it means that there is a lot of supply chain opportunity even for a simple service, right? So how is let's say the complexity of tech stacks? How do researchers approach this complexity? How do you prioritize where to go first and where to focus last? But at the same time, how do you think about supply chain security here? We talk about trusted third parties, but like how many trusted third parties do we need? Can we deal with like hundreds of third parties? How do we manage that balance of being able to efficiently produce, but at the same time, be careful? Let's see, who can be? Orange, do you want to comment on that? You talk about multiple attack paths. I saw you poked at the API, you poked at the parser, metadata, OSS codecs.
Yes.
How do you make a sense of all of this? And especially, also if you're a vendor, like how do you make a sense of all of this complexity?
Sorry, pardon. Can you say the main question is that how do I?
Well, your opinion. I guess you explore multiple. You spread in the Sonos case. You explore the stack, the Sonos stack from from I'm gonna say from silicon, you from an application, but like from very deep into the device all the way to the web. So and it took you years, months over years. Is this something that a technology company can do efficiently?
Oh, I didn't get the key of the question.
Okay, let's try something different. Okay, I'll ask you something different. Okay, let's think about OpenSSL. At some point, a few years ago, we woke up and we discovered that OpenSSL was everywhere. From like IoT devices, web services, and nobody knew. Like a lot of people discovered this, and that was the first example. Do you think that there are parts of the stack that are overlooked today, and they maybe hide some interesting attack surfaces that have not been explored yet?
So the problem is that from my opinion, I guess I will more focus on I will more focus on the open source and the developers. Yes, maybe some people may heard about the ZaraRus. It's a hacking group from the North Korea governments, and they have been target for the security researcher for years. Many people may think security researchers have high security awareness, but there are still several, maybe of my friends, got hacked by the bad North Korea hackers. So I think I would say the problem that open source developers will be targeted, and maybe such a simple attack such as the password spreading attack maybe can attack a lot of the developer. So for example, if one of the developer who maintains the popular open source package such as the Python or the JavaScript, the package, and the hacker can infect a lot of computers. And I think no one investigated this at scale before, because to doing this is a little bit too black. Yes. So I think this may be趋势的英文 maybe a trend. Maybe a trend, yes.
Do you think it's a kind of a lost cause? Are we in a state where everything is too complex right now to invest in the whole stack? Or do you think what can be done? And maybe like I open the question for everyone else. How can we reason with this this complexity based on what you say on open source? Like there is an exposure on the individuals themselves, on the projects. Should researchers act like open source researchers? Should researchers work with, let's say, open source maybe for free in quotes? Because open source is about, I'm not saying open is free, they're two different concepts, but all of open source libraries are free, right? They are GPL, they're free for use, or they're very, let's say, open licenses that allow you to use this software. Should there be open source security researcher community that work together securing these open source projects that are not well funded? They're not like Microsoft or Google. They don't have time, money, resources, people that can identify these bugs. So I guess it's a question for everyone. I guess you didn't comment so far. Like, what do you think about this approach?
I think a lot of people are already involved with a lot of these open source projects, wherein us personally, we do contribute to some of the popular projects wherein we find any issues while putting those projects as part of one of our products, right? So we do get to review them from end to end. And based on that, if we find something interesting, we end up reporting it to the developers and ensure that it's being taken to that stage wherein it is fixed and has been released for everyone to use.
Is there, in your experience, this kind of sentiment across most security researchers that you talk to, or you say you think it's more like some people do, most people don't?
Well, again, it depends on what kind of target are you looking at. Like, because some targets you may want to look for some reward out of it, right? But then you take a different approach, but you still do have the disclosure in place, right? It's just that you take a different approach in disclosing that particular issue.
Anybody else has anything to add?
I guess as an open source developer, I mean, the community is always, I mean, open source projects are mainly crowdfunded, mainly sponsored by the community, mainly supported by the community. As we don't expect anyone to collaborate on a community project, of course, because it's open source. I mean, not all open source is supported by the community, actually. There are also projects supported by companies that are open source. But if we're talking about FLOSS, which is probably the main kind of danger, because if a product is supported by a company, you know that if you open a bug fix for a security bug, the company will probably be interested in fixing it. And maybe there is a more of a problem with a FLOSS project, which is community based, which has no guarantee of seeing that bug fixed with priority just because it's a security bug. So we can't expect also the security researchers to focus and spend their time on open source projects, because they will probably get a CVE at the end of the day, but they will not see their name anywhere. There is literally no revenue for them working for security, like for spending their time searching for this kind of vulnerabilities in this kind of product. So I mean, for just to come back to the increasing complexity and the stack of these applications, I mean, probably we need to understand that the applications are not what they were back in the 90s. We have really complex software. Like nowadays, to build a software, you can't just have your own developer on his own machine just doing GCC and compile the full project. We need an infrastructure to build the project, and this is why we created pipelines. Because we also need to ensure some sort of a security check, linkers, security scanning, and then we need to deploy, how to build the system, deploy, I mean, all the CI/CD story we all love and heard about. And what we can do really is just implementing the security measures that we can. For example, using software composition analysis, producing SBOM for every kind of piece of software that we need to develop. As I said, vetting the third parties. But if we actually use FLOSS projects and like open source third parties, there are certain things that we surely overlook. For example, if we talk about like projects that are Python based or that are just using JavaScript libraries, I mean, no one would expect back in 2020 that someone could poison open JavaScript packages using dependency confusion attack. I mean, if it wasn't for Alex, we probably wouldn't know even the attack could be performed. So, yeah, as I said before, like the only thing we can do is try to strengthen as much as we can the border, but we can't expect a fully secure software out of it. We can just implement strategies to minimize the risk and like minimize the impact in case we are actually compromised or a third party is compromised.
Another kind of touching a little bit on what you said, I think that another issue that we see is that a lot of times there is security researchers focus on discovery and they work with vendors for discovering, but then especially in open source projects, individual contributors, they don't have time, they don't have skills, they may not be fully understanding of the complexity of the implication of a bug. So do you think that all of you, and talk to you because you're an open source developer, do you think that in the bounty process, let's say in the vulnerability disclosure and research process, should the researcher be more, I'm not saying fully focused, but more focused than today on remediation and mitigation, like working with the developers, maybe ideally submit a patch, or maybe being rewarded for a patch. And this is something that has been kind of discussed at some point, but we really never like stuck. There have been some movements to push that, but it didn't work. What do you think about that?
In the end, I have a very cynical perspective of open source, of the open source world. In the end, we're doing this for free. The sponsorware model, we tried to implement it multiple times. We tried with Porchetta. This is a project actually built for supporting open source developers, but it's not, I would say it worked for a while, but the problem is that there is always the main topic is that we're trying to support a community-driven projects here. So it's very, very difficult. Of course, there are strategies. We have already some platforms that is, for example, doing the pay for bug fixing. So like bug hunter, but in the code. And they not only need to search for a bug, but also if they submit the fix, they will be paid. But we're talking about projects that at that point are crowd-funded or have a way to repay the user that submits a fix. The main problem of Floss is that there is no money being generated. So how can you award a person? Who would? I mean, the author, the owner of the repository, the author, the founder. There is a lack of accountability for this kind of stuff. So, yeah, there are solutions. I hope they will be adopted in the future more and more. And that at least for important, very well used kind of module libraries, etc., they will be probably hosted in platform that can enhance and encourage security researcher and even secure coder to submit bug fixes and work on making even open source libraries more secure. That's it.
Let's switch gear a little bit, but not that much. We're still talking about vulnerability research, bug fixing, but we also talked about communication, open communication, transparency from vendors to customers, between vendors, between customers in a lot of ways. In the SolarWinds case, maybe. Luca, I ask you because you haven't spoken yet. Yeah. So. And I know you reported, your findings to the vendor, and probably that vendor, I want to imagine that the vendor wasn't really used to deal with random researchers finding something, and that's something so specific and so unique and niche. So I start with you, but all of you had experience reporting, and with Apple it's never easy. So I guess the question I start with Luca, but. What were your challenges with communicating with the vendors, with that specific vendor? How did they communicate back to you? What was their interaction? Tell us more about that.
Well, actually, this is a very good question because I'm always discussing with colleagues and friends about this. Even yesterday, it happened yet another time. Sometimes I regret checking things because, especially in Italy, it creates a domino effect that it always ends up in annoying bureaucratic things. The thing is that, okay, this vendor actually was a sub-diary of a big physical security related vendor, American one. When I notified the sub-diary, when I tried to notify a sub-diary, it was impossible to find an email like abuse, CERT, SOC, whatever. First problem. Second problem, I tried to escalate on LinkedIn. So I tried to find CISO, SOC manager, whatever of that sub-diary. Then after that, through all the experiences, I realized, let's check if this company is a sub-diary of a bigger group. And there came up that it was a sub-diary. Then I went straight to the CISO of this company on LinkedIn. And I wrote, I'm not a vendor, I don't want to sell shit. I just want to report a problem with this sub-diary. Matter of 10 minutes from sending the connection request on LinkedIn, he replied and said, tell me more. And then I explained everything and how I was not pissed, but upset on the fact that I couldn't find anything. And then he reacted very promptly. So first thing did was, and he explained me later because we had sync-up calls, was figure out why it failed the coordinated vulnerability disclosure process. So then they changed the process later on because there was effectively a failure for sub-diaries. So if the group has a very prompt reaction and process, the sub-diaries didn't implement that. So actually I helped them on that side. On the other side, one thing I noticed is sometimes there is an influence of the market, the business departments on security. They have, sadly, many people here will have probably already noticed either internally as, if they work in product security or as external researchers, sometimes business, they have a lot of power, sometimes even veto power on security. And this probably is what happened because when I reported vulnerability, they handled it, they had discussions, and then I was expecting a fix, a patch, hotfix, whatever, a firmware upgrade, even if it's not easy, maybe I thought there is a way. But apparently, from my understanding, they put it end of, one fact we are sure is they put the line end of life. So no hotfix. They just notify the customer this is critically, as I mentioned before, is critical. There are critical vulnerabilities. You need to remove, decommission it and buy a new one. And my supposition, I didn't ask because it was not my business, but my supposition, and I've seen in the past with some vendors of different sectors, is that they prefer to do this trick. Because if you look from business perspective, if you put the end of life, a very critical device that can be sold as, too old to be passed, which in theory, from engineering point of view, wasn't. Because it has it's not like the Unity locks. Remember years ago in Black Hat, the US, they presented a vulnerability that if you attach an Arduino with a 9-volt battery and a DC 5mm connector to the outer part of a hotel lock, which is a Unity brand, that has a jack for battery, so a backup battery, but it's using one bus protocol. Long story short, it has an hard-coded thing that if you plug that your Arduino and send a specific packet, it opens the door. So in that case, it was not IoT, so it was not Wi-Fi, not Bluetooth, no Ethernet, so there was no way to easily update. So there, they needed to either, remove and replace the board. So there, I understand, was difficult, but this device had the Ethernet port. So in theory, and there is a software to communicate remotely. So maybe there was a way. But anyway, they put it end of life, and now there are still 1,800 out there, and facing internet. So it's now I will probably inform the ICS cert in US because it's mainly for English market. But just to go back to your question, it's a problem to deal with these kind of entities. And luckily for us right now, especially in Italy in the last 15 or more years, I was dealing with, it's even worse in Italy, because you find a vulnerability, not to mention the meaning they don't have, many companies, they still don't have understanding of what is a CVD, Coordinated Vulnerability Disclosure Program, or even the meaning of bug bounty. There you start even yet another topic, because then they think that you are doing some sort of ransom, because some sort of, hi, I have a vulnerability, what do you want? No, it's just a vulnerability. Yeah, but what do you want? No, is there a vulnerability? So you broke the law. Our articles, in Italy, we have the 615 ter, which is abusive access of anything. So they say, you did that. Yes and no. I mean, yeah, it depends point of view, but they didn't do with dolo in Latin, with malicious intention. I just found it by mistake, like it happened a few days ago. I was buying in a shop online, and I put a quote, because, of course. Yeah, I mean, you are triggering me, because if you don't use a UID, but an integer, you check for two things. Quote, or if it's 1, 2, 3, you do 1, 2, 3, no, 1, 2, 4 minus 1. And then, so the idea is that then now I started to notify them, and they didn't take it nicely. Instead of, I asked them very politely in an email, I would like to speak with someone that created your website. That's it. And I didn't mention too many things, because then they, if you mention data breaches, the GDPR, that's it. They go directly for legal. So I said, I want to notify because I found vulnerability. I work in this field. I know what I'm doing. They didn't send to the web designer. They informed the legal. So yesterday I talked with them and said, yeah, we're dealing with that. We will let you know. We informed legal. I said, no, you don't need to inform legal. I mean, inform also legal. I don't care, but you need to inform the right people. So till nowadays, it's hard to deal in some. So luckily there are countries more enlightened than in Italy. There are companies like big ones that they have CVDs, bug bounties programs, PSIRTs, product security incident response teams, managers that understand what they're doing, and receptive and polite. So, and then there are bug bounty brokers or programs like HackerOne, BugCrowd, and so on and so forth. So overall, it's getting better, but we could do better, especially in Italy.
Yeah, I just wanted to focus on the it's getting better part. So my question was, on the contrary, what are some of the best practices from companies, from vendors, when in dealing with vulnerability disclosures, or also in dealing with incident response, because incidents happen. I think we can agree on that. So the difference is the preparation and the response at the end, right? So
yeah. Well, actually, just concluding is getting better. I have to admit that nowadays in Italy, usually when I find these kind of vulnerabilities and to avoid all the legal problems that can derive from these kind of companies that are very ignorant in the matter, I just take all the information I have, all my evidences, and notify our either CERT, CERT-PA. They're all friends like us, so we know all each other. But they help me to because once the authority is informed and they go back to these vulnerable companies, well, it's the authority notifying you. So they will not threaten them to send the legal. So they say, yes, sir. And, because then they also inform them that there is one thing called GDPR, the 72 hours data breach and blah, blah, blah. And, what is 5% of your, income. So when the authority, so that I used to get used to this trick. Going back to your question, well, best practices, there are plenty of best practices that even nowadays in Italy, okay, if we talk about product security, for example, because product security can be offensive, like testing in different phases of the life cycle, and defensive, either threat detection, certain phase during the life cycle in production of the product, like, logs, which and how, or what logs is sending back to the company where that appliance is installed, or incident response, or product security incident team-related activities. So, or if we start from the best practices from proactive product security, I would say, well, first and foremost, one thing that misses nowadays, especially in Europe, is the concept of the CPSO. I mean, everyone here probably knows CISO and CSO, but how many of you heard about CPSO, Chief Product Security Officer? That's a thing that in the United States, you know better than me probably, it is there already. I mean, we need a person at C-level that has C-level understanding, C-level capabilities and executive power, but is coming from exclusively product security. Because the CISO is taking care of infrastructure security of the company, so company assets. CSO, especially in Italy, is a former military guy that is taking care of the security of the assets from a physical point of view, physical security point of view, so protection, riots, and so on and so forth. But who cares about the products? For example, here in Italy, who is the responsible of the product security? The CISO? Then he's doing a double job. But maybe a CISO doesn't, I mean, he has perfectly understanding of Active Directory, call it logs, detection, retention, threat detection, threat intel. But is he specialized on knowing how your product works and how you can attack it? Or, who does security architecture review? Who does threat modeling? So you need to start, there is also the concept shift left. So apply security not only at the end with the pen test, but, apply security at each phase of the of the software development lifecycle. That's why we have the secure software development lifecycle. So we apply security at each phase. So we should have already from the top executives, someone responsible for that. And then from there, going down, have someone that can oversee, the different activities. For example, threat modeling, I would say security architect is a good place. Security architect can do also security architecture review. Then, developers. Who checks that developers are coding properly? Or did the developers receive any secure coding training, like the training that happened here with Silvio, the trainings during last days? So who oversees that? Who enforces that? Is there, yes or no? That's usually the question I ask around the companies, especially in Italy. If there is not, what could be the best approach to follow and the cheapest one? Because, of course, if you are like Facebook, enough budget to implement something like that. But if you are a small, medium enterprise in the middle of Italy, try to, as a possible CPSO or CISO, go and ask the management, the CFO, if like budget for something like that. Then you start small. So like, for example, one silly thing that can improve things is, imagine that you have a security team. You send them to a training. Can be any security team. But the point is that they, at a certain point, either they go for a training or you give them like 1 day per week of research and improvements. The point is that they need to be good at application security, okay, at different levels. Once you reach that point, like 3-4 people team, then you can bring in one representative of each of the dev team. I mean, if your company makes different product, take one representative of each team, and then turn these guys, like give them heavy trainings for 2 or 3 weeks, and then turn them in the so-called security champions. Big corporation from the United States started that years ago, like Microsoft and so on. And the security champion, what is? Is a developer, is still a developer or a QA or a performance guy that works very close to a specific product. So if part of that so-called dev team, let's say. And then you train him, you brainwash him, you put him back into the dev team, and he is not a pen tester, he's not a security architect. He's still doing his job, but you allocate him a certain amount of his time. So you still, I mean, he's still not paid more. It's just, same budget, but you reduce the amount of dev hours to do either secure coding review, running automated tool. You can start with automated tool. There are plenty even open source. You don't need to buy thousands of euro of license for 45, for example. And then you start, you step up, and then when that's proved working, then maybe if you don't have yet a SecDevOps pipeline, secure CDCI pipeline, you can start aiming at that, and then you scale up small and small. So there is not this idea that you need a lot of budget to start doing something. There are already pseudo solutions that, in the previous job I was working abroad, we did like that, like 7 years ago. We started that where the manager, me, attacker, one defender that was doing code review, and the security architect doing threat modeling. And from there, in 7 years, we grew up on around 25 people around the world doing exactly, then it appeared, from a small group, then it appeared like different teams, like sort of AppSec red team, or ProdSec red team, and then, defensive and so on. So this is a way I would suggest as best practice.
Thank you. To add to this, I would like to, just continue the talk. So this is what Luca mentioned, that we can do it from inside, but as we being researchers, we deal with a lot of companies, we report a lot of issues to the companies. So the thing that companies can do is being approachable, first of all, and the second thing that companies can do is treating security researchers as their friends and not their enemies, because this thing is there a lot in the industry, that you report a bug, or you report a security vulnerability for that matter, and you are seen as a foe, even inside the company and outside the company, because the teams that are inside the company are now accountable for that issue. And then the management sits around with them and saying, why did you miss it? Because what we've seen in the past is crowdsourcing, bug bounties and all these things have immense strength. It's just that if you are welcoming enough, there'll be millions of researchers working on your product, trying to find vulnerabilities in all possible ways. You just have to be approachable. So that's what, we had experiences with Apple in the past, wherein they were quick enough to, work along with us, patch issues in a matter of days, and sometimes it takes forever. So it has to be a two-way communication. I would like to say, we worked in the past with Tesla also. Their team is really approachable. They work on every root cause. They help you out with understanding what is implemented inside. Why do you see this behavior from outside? Because we are doing a black box kind of an assessment, and they have a more better view when they are from inside, doing it from the inside. So yeah, that is one thing that I would like to add. Be more approachable. Treat security researchers as your friends, and it would cause wonders.
So Apple has been famously unapproachable historically, right? We have not seen much, communication from Microsoft, from Apple about security issues. Yeah. You kind of mentioned your experience, but what was some highlights in your interactions with Apple?
So I'll just continue my thing, and then I'll let Hardik continue it after that. So Apple is, as you mentioned, that it's famously known in the market for being, notorious, you would say, sometimes. So it totally depends on the team that you're working on. So I've worked on work along with the applications team as well, which deals with the application side of things. And they were very quick, matter of days, that's what. And the phone team, I think, takes it a bit slow. And there was a lack of communication, to be honest, So there was a very much lack of communication. We had to go back to them always, what's the status? Because we are actively involved with them in terms of communication. Like the recent 0 days that came out, there was a random researcher on Twitter. I just read through one of the tweets. He mentioned that he found, I guess, 7 odd parsing issues in their libraries, but Apple never paid for any of them. And it is the parsing issue that led to the zero-click that has been out in the wild for some time now. So it is always a mixed experience, Hardik, you want to add something?
And I think to add to that, when we started asking for feedbacks from Apple on timely basis, but it's just that they need to work on being more transparent with the researchers in order to improve further on a lot of these things. So yeah, some of the issues may even go unnoticed, like the one that he mentioned about parsing issue. Likewise, the one that we sent them was directly communicating with the baseband of the device, right? So if something goes wrong in there, it just, you have the entire device for profit. So.
Is there any question from the audience? We would like to open up questions from the audience. Anyone?
Actually, I have 2 questions. I will start with the first one, then we can check if we have still time to discuss also about the second one. The first one, it's about bug bounty platforms, let's say. In the recent days, we have lots of bug bounty platforms which are accepting bugs, which is nice. They are fixing bugs, they are paying reporters and stuff, which is always nice. But most of them, I'd say, they are not allowing disclosure of the stuff you have found. So you might disclose stuff maybe without mentioning who is the company, but still it doesn't really bring added value if you are customers of them. Like if you're a researcher, maybe you learn a new technique, which is nice because maybe you can apply the same technique on other targets and maybe you can get bounties yourself or you can fix your software or whatever. But if you don't mention the company, then you might have their customers not aware of what happened because maybe in their changelog you just get something like security issue fixed or even just improvements, changelogs. So what do you think about that? And do you think that's like bad from a certain point of view? Because I remember that before, when bug bounty was not a thing, most of the people were releasing their findings, whatever, fulldisclosure.org, mailing lists, whatever, they are just publishing details, no matter. While now, you are scared because if you start publishing stuff, you are breaking the contract with the bug bounty platform and then you get caught out, you get pulled out of the platform and then you cannot get bounties anymore. So what's your thoughts about that thing?
So to add to this, so there is a very good, very interesting study that happened with one of my very close friends. So he found 7 account takeovers or 7 account takeovers on an application. So he was basically bypassing the fixes and always, finding issues that were leading to account takeovers. And he wanted to blog about it. And the thing was that he blogged about it, but literally removing every trace of the application. You cannot identify that it's an application. And I was the one who proofread it. And then he published it out in the wild. And he just notified the company that, I've done a technical write-up. If you would like to have a look, please do. Please feel free to have your feedbacks. And that guy was just taken out of the platform, literally banned out of the platform. And the thing that the client mentioned was this violated the policy itself, but there were no details. There were literally 0 details about the application. Then the client mentioned that it was the UI that disclosed that it's that application. I said it's very generic. You cannot basically make out that it's the same application. But in this regards, the bug bounty platforms, they mainly favor the client because that's where they're earning the money from. And the researchers are basically the ones who are helping them out doing that. But I've seen a lot of cases wherein the platforms, they mostly favor the clients and not the researchers. So that has happened. Like, it's an evident event and a real life event. So just wanted to add to that. Apart from that, disclosures are a thing now. I think HackerOne supports it. Bugcrowd does support partial disclosure. But yeah, like, because us as researchers, we like bragging about the stuff that we find, right? That's the only medal that we have. Money comes next, but bragging about good stuff that we find is something that we feel proud of. And there has to be something in place to allow us to do that in a restrictive manner, if possible, without naming the clients or so, or even taking the permission of the clients. And sometimes some clients do that. So I think that has to be there, like, the mediation of the platform, the client, and the researcher working all together to achieve this has to be made, possible. So if there's somebody from any bug bounty platforms, please listen to our views on this, and please help us out with that.
Or even like fine-tuning the disclosure guidelines. Maybe you disclose something and then you are, there is no bound on you to disclose it after, say, 90 days or maybe 180 days after you have reported that issue and it has been fixed. So yeah, maybe some fine-tuning in the guidelines.
Yeah, and also see some connections with the Kim talk about supply chain attacks. Like, if you are a customer of those companies and then you learn that they were hacked because there was a vulnerability, maybe you don't know if someone exploited the vulnerability before the security researcher who reported the vulnerability, but you know that it was there and the attacker might have accessed those kind of data. You might protect yourself because you might say, okay, maybe I should change all the accounts which I had there, or I should change some configuration, or I should review some specific systems to be more secure, let's say. But yeah, the fact that disclosure is not really a thing, recently is, from my point of view, is getting worse because, yeah, there are less people disclosing full details about companies because of being scared of being kicked out from platforms. So, yeah. And that was the first question. I don't know if anyone else have comments about that. Otherwise, we'll go to the second one. Okay, see no comments, so I go with the second one. The second one, it's about the Pwn2Own thing. So you guys participated in the Pwn2Own, and you mentioned that at some point you learned the targets of the Pwn2Own, and then, I don't know, 6 months later, 8 months later, even 1 year later, there is the Pwn2Own. So the Pwn2Own basically is pushing you into finding bugs really early in the process and then sitting on the bugs for like 1 year before the Pwn2Own happens, and then you can report the bugs. And this means that this is kind of controversial for a company because as a vendor, like Sonos or Microsoft or whomever, you want those bugs to get fixed like the day after they are discovered, not 1 year after they've been discovered. So I feel that this is kind of pushing in the wrong direction because like they are pushing you into just waiting like whatever time before you can report the bug and get the money. And obviously you as a security researcher, you want to wait because you want the money, which makes sense, right? So what do you think about that? This is for everyone, not just for the Pwn2 owners.
Pwn2 owners.
Okay, I go first. Actually, we didn't find, we won't do research on the Pwn2Own target for like a whole year. Yeah. We will do that until they disclose the target list. And the other time we do another research such as Windows kernel, like some Apache, Linux kernel, and something else. And you mentioned if we found a bug very earlier, like there is a Pwn2Own event like 8 months later, what we would do, we will report the bug to the vendor. Because the Pwn2Own event is not our goal. It's just like a casual team building.
Yeah, we treat it as team building.
We treat it as team building.
Yes.
Yes. So to earn money is like a side effect. The side effect of finding a bug is to make you rich, something like that.
Yes.
So we will report it. If it's a valid target on ZDI, the zero-day institution, which is the host of the Pwn2Own, we will try that. But if the bug is very severe, we will try to contact the vendor directly. Yeah, without any money. But let the the core spirit of our company. So we're okay.
You are responsible, so like you are acting the good way, but maybe others are pushed to sit on bugs, just waiting for the competition. Like it would make sense, right?
Yeah, but I think it's a kind of trade-off, because if there's no any event such as Bongiorni, then where all these bugs go to? Maybe dark market or something like that. Yes. Any comment?
Good.
Yeah,
Orange approves it.
Orange is my manager.
So, see? Okay. So if there are no other questions from the audience, I have a final question, so maybe then we can wrap up. Maybe more for Kim and maybe others, actually. It's more corporate question, actually. So to what extent breaches are affecting now executives and security architects? To what extent? We have seen also in the SolarWinds case, there's been also the Security and Exchange Commission, taking some initiatives. So I was wondering, are the stakes raised now for also people working in security or even executives in the companies after they suffer a breach, or it's just something that then life goes on and no one is really impacted inside the company?
So the question is, what are the consequences for companies that are experiencing breaches? I mean, so they're increasing in the U.S. Because we've got the FCC that is starting to fine companies. We've got the SEC doing investigations. I don't know if you're aware that SolarWinds is under investigation right now by the SEC. There were a couple of investigations. One is that some of the executives were trading stock in about 7 days before the breach went public, and so there are some questions about what they knew or what they might have known at the time. So we're having a lot more regulation in the U.S., and the second investigation that they're doing is on whether or not there was negligence at SEC that would have enabled this attack to occur. So we are seeing more government agencies trying to find what kind of powers they have to push companies and potentially fine them. So it's increasing. And we're also seeing just more regulation coming in. Post SolarWinds, we've had a lot of activity from the White House regarding supply chain and attempts to secure that. So I think there has been some movement there.
Okay, so, well, thank you. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you to the audience who stayed with us till late. And thanks again. Thanks for being at RomHack.
Thank you so much.
Oh. So guys, thank you very much for being here. So we are at the end of today's conference. So we want to say thank you everyone that are here, and we appreciate that you last all the day. So all the braves, of course. So we want to show you some picture of today's conference. So you can see here the room that was full. So we had 700 people attending. So it's a very, very good result for us. Thank you very much to anyone that attended today. So you see the pictures, and we had the RomHack for Kids track that was very, 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 very good. So I think that the kids enjoyed a lot all the today activities. You can see here the field of the last activities, to the soccer robots, and then you can see the classroom of live coding, the robots built to make the BattleBots, and so we are very happy about that, really. So last thing, so here we have our staff that we want just to say thank you. So come on the stage, please, everyone. We make a picture. Thank you. And so thank you to our speakers. Thank you again, guys. Thank you very much. It was great to have you here. Then thank you to our sponsor too. Thank you, guys. And look for job opportunities. And then remember the post-conference party. So it's very near. Tata Pizzeria is the other side of Colombo. You will see our flags around. And so we will have beer together. See you next year in 2024, Saturday, 28th of September. And remember that next year we will have Mocha in September too. And we will be there with Saiyan, of course. We will run our village, so we will have a lot of people in Pescara. So check the website and see you next year at Mocha and then at RomHack. Ciao, guys.